guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Breaking news from the Middle East.
Israel has launched a preemptive strike on Iran. That's according to Israel's defense minister. The official says a retaliatory strike is expected and a state of emergency has been declared. Air raid sirens are sounding in Tel Aviv, while in Tehran there are reports of explosions. I'm Brian Shook.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the U.S. was not involved in the strikes against Iran. In a statement this evening, Rubio said the top priority is protecting American troops in that region. Rubio's remarks come minutes after Israel began what it's calling a preemptive strike against Iran. The secretary added the U.S. was told by Israel they believed this action was necessary for their nation's self-defense. The strikes in Tehran come as the U.S. was planning to have nuclear talks with Iran this weekend. California Democrat Alex Padilla is speaking out after being forcibly removed from Homeland Security Chief Kristi Noem's press event in Los Angeles today when he was shouting questions.
There was no threat. There was no lunging. I raised my voice to ask a question, and it took, maybe half a second before multiple agents were on me.
Padilla says that if the actions can happen to a U.S. senator, imagine what can happen to anybody in the country. Video shows Padilla being forced to the ground and handcuffed. Noem says Padilla was creating political theater and lunged towards the podium while she was speaking, later saying she had a cordial 15-minute conversation with the senator following the incident. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer said watching the video sickened his stomach. Massachusetts Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren says it's looking more and more like a fascist state out there every day. Alaska Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski called the incident shocking at every level and says it's not the America she knows. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
2 Los Angeles County men are being charged with throwing Molotov cocktails at law enforcement officers during last week's protests.
U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley says both men were caught after tossing the deadly devices.
These defendants are charged with possession of an unregistered explosive device in violation of 26 United States Code Section 5861D. Possessing a Molotov cocktail or another destructive device is punishable by up to 10 years in federal prison.
Asaley says more arrests are imminent. More charges are soon to be filed. John Summers, USA Radio News.
No King's Day protests are expected nationwide Saturday in opposition to President Trump's military parade. Trump's parade through Washington, D.C. is being held on Flag Day, which is also his 79th birthday and the 250th birthday of the Army. President Trump's DOGE-related spending cuts are being approved by the Republican-controlled House.
The White House used a rarely used procedure that recommends Congress take back spending it has already approved. The over $9 billion in reductions targets mostly foreign aid, but also funding for public broadcasting. The bill now heads to the Senate, where its fate remains unclear, but it cannot be filibustered. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Stocks closed higher today.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 101. The S&P 500 rose 23. The NASDAQ added 46. I'm Larry Kofsky.
I'm Anthony Lucero. This is USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are words all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
All right, here we go. Let's tee things up here, get a new day underway. Yeah, ironically, we are rolling into Friday the 13th. I don't know, anybody superstitious? All right, what do we have going on? My, how things have changed since we last spoke less than 24 hours ago. Now, we knew tensions were rising in the Middle East with the evacuation of non-essential personnel from numerous embassies throughout the Middle East. But it is on. I guess you could technically say Israel and Iran are at war. It is underway. Information pretty much pouring in over the last several hours. We'll try to dissect it. Where do we stand? Undoubtedly, a response is anticipated within hours. The air raid sirens are going off in Tel Aviv, anticipating a massive response from Iran. We'll give you the latest, what we have at this point in time. But first things first, welcome aboard. I'm Steve Summers. This is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios on a rather comfortable night. A few clouds, 73 degrees at this hour outside the secret bunker here in Southwest Ohio. So trust you've had a good week. Here comes Father's Day weekend. We've got the full Father's Day weekend forecast, which parts of the country will be best suited for outdoor activities. Maybe firing up the barbecue, grilling a big old steak for Dad. Looks like western portions of the country will primarily be the better region, to say the least. Starting things off, a look at the national radar. Got some heavy rains. We got some flooding issues in north central and northeastern Georgia ongoing. Areas have seen 2 to 3 inches of rain in a matter of 2 hours' time, overwhelming the drainage systems there. Again, north central and northeast Georgia have additional heavy rains back in western portions of Tennessee, extending up through the boot heel of Missouri tonight. Another area of torrential downpours and some stronger storms, a few of which are reaching severe levels over central and western portions of Nebraska, that northeast corner of Colorado. Lots of scattered showers and thunderstorms stretching from Minneapolis through much of South Dakota, southern North Dakota tonight. It's relatively quiet still there in the northeastern portions of the country. Greatest risk of severe weather through the Father's Day weekend is going to be over the Great Plains. People with travel or outdoor plans through the weekend encouraged to stay up to date with the weather. As thunderstorms grow, conditions can quickly change during those afternoon and evening hours. The general rule is if thunder roars, move indoors. Much of the thunderstorm activity is going to be widely separated over the vast open spaces of the plains. Some of these storms may gather to form large groups where more severe weather can occur and move along over considerable distances. Overnight tonight here, Thursday night into Friday, storms associated with the jet stream storm focused a bit east of the plains from the mid-Mississippi Valley to the upper Texas coast. These can especially drench as they'll be in thick, moist air, complements of the Gulf. Further west, thunderstorms will extend along a nearly 1,200-mile-long zone from western Texas, central and eastern New Mexico, to central and southern South Dakota. Some of these stronger storms can bring large hail winds, 60 to 80 miles per hour. For our Friday the 13th, the threat of storms will extend across the central and northern high plains. Later, Friday afternoon, Friday evening, a greater concentration of severe weather anticipated from the Nebraska Panhandle into central Montana. Again, large hail, powerful wind gusts, the greatest risks there. Yet another round of severe weather forecast for the same general area on Saturday. Even though Saturday's severe thunderstorms during the late day and nighttime hours will be widely separated, the risk will extend for nearly 1,000 miles from the Oklahoma Panhandle all the way to northern Montana. The Saturday evening storms will bring the risk of a few tornadoes, as well as the same potential for large hail and powerful winds. Father's Day direct. The threat expands a bit further to the east across the northern and central plains. Father's Day Sunday, the storm's advancing more as a solid line. It could be a bit of a broken line segments or a large cluster. Those storms for Sunday will carry the full spectrum of severe weather, from powerful wind gusts to hail, flash flooding, and possibly a few tornadoes. We'll break down other areas around the country again. Who will see the pleasant Father's Day weather? Meanwhile, wildfires out of control in Oregon near the state's border with Washington, forcing hundreds of evacuation, closures of major roadways as gusty winds threaten further spread and challenging the firefighting crews. What is known as the Rowena Fire has burned 2,500 acres since igniting Wednesday afternoon, according to the state fire marshal. It was 0% contained as of Thursday morning. The blaze has thus far destroyed at least 20 residents, threatening another 2,100, according to the Northwest Interagency Coordination Center. It was caused by human activity. No further details were provided. More than 800 homes were under evacuation orders in part of northern Wasco County. The CNN affiliate KATU said an additional 2,500 homes are under evacuation warnings or advisories, urging residents be ready to evacuate, including parts of the Dalles, the county's largest city, and home to about 15,000 people. Interstate 84 was shut down in both directions for nearly 20 miles. Later Wednesday evening into early Thursday morning, it has reopened since then. Nearby US 30 remained closed both directions for about 10 miles this past day. It's an evolving situation. Oregon's governor has invoked an Emergency Conflagration Act, allowing the state's fire marshal to mobilize resources to help combat the blaze there. Now, this early season should come as a reminder to Oregonians, be ready for wildfire, according to the state's fire marshal. The predictions for this summer are pretty concerning. I'm asking everyone to take an extra minute, be mindful of the conditions. Remember, all it takes is a single spark to ignite a disaster. A hotter, drier summer than normal expected across Oregon and the Pacific Northwest. According to the Climate Prediction Center, many areas are already experiencing abnormally dry to moderate drought conditions that are expected to intensify, increasing the risk of wildfires. The region and most of the West actually facing above normal fire potential through the summer. All right, droughts more frequent, more prolonged. Yet, of course, it's been very warm. The high temperature hit triple digits in the Dalles both Sunday and Monday of this week. Monday's high of 101 broke a record for that date that stood since 1955. You had the windy conditions Wednesday. Winds gusting 30 to 40 miles per hour that fanned the flames once that Rowena fire was sparked in the afternoon. Winds continued to pose challenges for crews throughout the day Thursday, and they do say winds will remain gusty at times through the upcoming day Friday. There is no rain expected into at least early sometime next week. We've got a lot to cover as we roll into a brand new day, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Obviously, top story, Israel attacking Iran's capital early Friday. Explosions booming across Tehran. Israel said they're targeting nuclear and military sites. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu confirming, apparently named Rising Lion. Rising Lion, the name of the campaign. Also offered a bit more information on the targets, stating we are targeting Iran's leading nuclear scientists that are working on the Iranian bomb. We also struck the heart of Iran's ballistic missile program. We target Iran's main enrichment facility in Natanz. He concluded, our fight is not with the people of Iran. Our fight is with Iran's dictatorship. Israel's public broadcaster, KANN, described other dimensions to the attack, stating alongside airstrikes, Mossad, Israel's intelligence agency, led covert counterterrorism operations deep within Iran, aimed at Iran's strategic missile array and air defense capabilities. Iranian state media, as one might expect, was quick to counter with the differing narrative. Reuters said they claimed Israel had struck residential areas in Tehran and several other cities. Now, state media also offered an ominous warning for Israel, quoting an anonymous official as saying Iran will have a decisive response to this. Obviously, as tensions have reached new heights over Tehran's rapidly advancing nuclear program, the Board of Governors at the International Atomic Energy Agency, for the first time in 20 years this past day, censured Iran for not working with their inspectors. Iran immediately announced they would establish a third enrichment site and swap out some centrifuges for more advanced ones. Now, this has been brewing for years. Israel, for years, has warned they would not allow Iran to build a nuclear weapon. Of course, Iran insists that's not what we want. Officials there have repeatedly warned that Iran could build them. Of course, the U.S. has been preparing for something to happen, already having pulled some diplomats from Iraq's capital, voluntary evacuations for families and U.S. troops in a wider area throughout the Middle East. Now, meanwhile, President Trump has been pressing Iran to agree to a deal to halt their nuclear development, but obviously over the last few days, those negotiations seem to have stalled or come to a halt. There were supposedly to be some additional talks here this upcoming weekend. Whether that will happen or not, can't tell you. So I've got, like I said, information just kind of pouring in here. And we'll share with you the latest updates as we roll into what day would it be?
We're one day closer to the greatest day of the week. That's what day it is.
How the heck are you?
I'm feeling a little better. I'm not quite as congested as I was. I never had a fever or anything. Not like the wife had.
Mm-hmm.
The cruise was good until it wasn't good.
What'd you get about?
We got to Seattle.
I was going to say, what'd you get about halfway through? You get about halfway through the week, and she came down sick.
Yeah, Wednesday night had to take her to the medical facility. She had 103 degrees fever, and of course, they tested her for COVID and flu,
right,
and RSV. And those all came back negative, so they ran blood work and tested her urine, and they did an x-ray, and that's when they saw the pneumonia. So they gave her, 7 bags of IV fluids and antibodies and steroids, and I don't know what all was in those bags. And then had to take her back in Thursday morning for more,
Mm-hmm.
She wasn't feeling a whole lot better. But yeah, I think she was getting sick as we got there, basically, because she didn't have much of an appetite.
Yeah.
Even when we got to Seattle. But we went to that market there in Seattle that where they throw the fish, that Pike's Place or whatever it's called. I think that's the name of it. Have you seen it on TV where they throw them fish? In that market. I don't know, but anyway, they weren't throwing any fish. I think they just did that for TV. It was good. I don't know. It seemed like it wasn't as good as I was expecting it to be. And then, of course, she had to go to the first Starbucks, which was right across the street from that Pike's Place.
Yeah.
So she waited, I think the line was a block long outside of the door. So she waited in line to get her Starbucks. I'm not a Starbucks fan, but... And then we got on the ship, and it was fine in Seattle. Then it started raining that night. Our first sea day was that next day, and it was real rough out on the ocean. You couldn't walk down the corridor straight or anything. And everybody looked like they were drunk.
Rocking and rolling.
And yeah, it was pretty wavy. And she got kind of seasick, but of course she was probably sick already. But I didn't get sick. But we got to Juneau, and we went to a sled dog training camp. Where they train the dogs for the identifier.
Mush.
And mush dogs. And there was a team that pulled us on this cart, and that's how they train them, is with these carts in the summertime. The lead dogs were 8 years old, and the other ones were only a year old. And I said, how long do you run the dogs? And he said, well, they run until they don't enjoy it anymore. I mean, when they stop, those dogs are still trying to pull that sled, that cart. They're raring to go. And he said, yeah, they just run until they don't enjoy doing it anymore. So that was kind of cool. We were getting ready to leave Juneau at 9:30 boarding time, and I was out on a balcony, and right before they pulled the gangplank away, they wheeled out a body on a stretcher that was covered with a sheet. A couple of people walking behind it. So evidently somebody passed away the first or second day. I was pretty impressed with the medical facility, if you ever got to go there. She really didn't want to go because it was $255 just to be seen.
Right.
You know, and I think if you go to the ER, it's $200 just to start. But looks like we're getting close to a break. You can hold me over if you want or whatever.
All righty, let's see, about a minute away.
When we get to it. Yeah.
Yeah, so, of course, I was chatting with Horse Feathers after the program this past morning, and it was, the news was just breaking about the airline crash with 240 people on board. And got the latest on what transpired there. It's an amazing story. There's one, the sole survivor of all. I think the death toll is now at 290. A number of people that were on the ground. Barely made it. I think they got it 600 feet in the air, 650. But down she went. He said, "Well, that'll probably be the big story tonight." I said, "Yeah, unless Israel." Makes a move on Iran, and sure as shish kebab, that's what's happening. So, again, lots to cover. We'll get the latest here.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Breaking news from the Middle East.
Israel has launched a preemptive strike on Iran. That's according to Israel's defense minister. The official says a retaliatory strike is expected and a state of emergency has been declared. Air raid sirens are sounding in Tel Aviv, while in Tehran there are reports of explosions. I'm Brian Shook.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the U.S. was not involved in the strikes against Iran. In a statement this evening, Rubio said the top priority is protecting American troops in that region. Rubio's remarks come minutes after Israel began what it's calling a preemptive strike against Iran. The secretary added the U.S. was told by Israel they believed this action was necessary for their nation's self-defense. The strikes in Tehran come as the U.S. was planning to have nuclear talks with Iran this weekend. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more. All backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Alrighty, rolling into Friday the 13th, no less. And of course, one day closer to the greatest day of the week. All right, welcome back, Captain Ron.
That we are. Yeah, that we are. And, yeah, that was a good cruise. And if we did it again, I think we would be better off going maybe a couple of weeks later, let some of the rain get out of the area. All of our excursions we did, it was fine until about noonish or so, and then it would rain towards the end of our excursions, but at least we got to do them. But we saw some whales and went on a train ride up one of the Klondike trails up over the mountains. That was kind of cool. But, yeah, it was rocking and rolling on both of our sea days. And on a couple of the subjects, you know, from the past shows, those drag racing. Mm-hmm. If they don't want to go fast, then don't race. I mean, you know, that someone was talking about limiting the speed. Well, remember how exciting NASCAR got when they limited the speed on everybody? You remember that?
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, we're still dealing with it.
Right.
They're boring. It's if you don't want to race, go. If you don't want to go fast, then stay home. I mean, I raced that ARCA Figure 8 for 8 seasons, and that was the only racing I've ever done. I've never been on an oval. But if I didn't want to take a chance on crashing in the intersection, then, you know, don't do it. Don't race. And that's part of it. You know, I did crash in the intersection a couple of times, but it wasn't like it happened all the time. But you run that risk. I think Dale Earnhardt used to say, if you don't want to go fast, then don't race.
Yep.
If I remember right. And that's the object, is they're going to keep going faster and faster in these dragsters, and they're up over 340 now.
Right.
And I think all they would end up doing would be shortening the track, like they did after Scott Kalita got killed. You know, there's going to be more people get killed doing it, of course, but they make it as safe as they can. And I've got the onboard cameras, you know, facing up, but we've also got the driver cam. Now, my company doesn't, you know, bust your chops all the time on I haven't had them talk to me on these videos in probably a couple of years now, but they assess a point system, and like ours is, they want us to be under 50 points a week, I think it is, and it's kind of like a rolling total.
Mm-hmm.
But you get assessed so many points for tailgating, and if you roll through a stop sign or not wearing your seatbelt or, you know, stuff like that, you get points for. But how they capture you doing stuff, well, the cameras are running all the time. When it captures an event, it records 12 seconds before and then 12 seconds after.
Mm-hmm.
But they try to tell you that it's not recording all the time. Well, how do they get the 12 seconds before if it's not recording all the time? You know, they pee on their shoes and try to tell you it's raining.
Right.
But if you hit a bump too hard, it'll set the camera off, or if you jerk the truck too much, it'll set the camera off. You know, and when you're backing in, you're hooking up. If you slam into the trailer too hard, the camera will start rolling. You can look over there and it'll be blinking. Well, then they catch you if you're not wearing your seatbelt. And because we had to wear a seatbelt even, you know, dropping and hooking a trailer, which I never did in my whole career until they put the cameras in, because you're just hooking up, you know. But yeah, you get used to those cameras. I don't care anymore. I think all the carriers all your major carriers are gonna end up going to them anyway. I don't know. I don't see why on earth you would want to have cameras facing your driver, and if there's an accident, they can just say, well, give us the footage of the driver and let's see what he was doing. Well, how about trying to prove that it wasn't the driver? You know what I mean?
Right. Well, that's where the forward-facing cam. That's where the forward-facing cam comes in there. I
love having that one.
I've talked to some of the folks at some of these trucking companies in the safety department. They said, yeah, well, we use the driver-facing camera as a training tool. You know, when the camera's activated for whatever reason, we'll bring them in and we can educate them more on what they were doing wrong. And you know, it's an educational thing, they say.
Yeah, right. My company, thank goodness, isn't busting our chops, you know, like I've heard other people. It's not like they get on to you for eating a sandwich or drinking your coffee or whatever. Ours even detects, like, it captures our eyes. And if we're, like, staring and stuff like that, for a certain length of time, they'll call us on the phone to make sure you're awake. I don't know how it does it, but it captures our eye movement, so they can tell if we're getting sleepy.
That's good old artificial.
So there again,
artificial intelligence, Captain Ron. They've got it built in.
Exactly. Well, I'm going to hop off of here and let somebody more intelligent call, and Semper Fi shout out to Knuckle Buster and Truck and Phil, and I'm Knuckle Buster. I'm praying for you and your family, and thank you for taking my call.
All right, good to finally get a chance to say hello. It's been a while. I mean, went on the cruise, then got sick, and here we are, finally, one day closer to the greatest day of the week. All right, some of the latest headlines. Breaking. Intel suggests all of Iran's general staff, including the head of the military, eliminated by tonight's strike by Israel. These reports are coming in. Are they confirmable? I don't know. Another says, just in, the Iran atomic energy chief confirms the nuclear reactor at the Natanz underground nuclear facility destroyed by Israeli airstrikes. You know, if it's coming from Iran, I'd say it's probably not. Somebody said, no, hit them 5 more times. They lie. As the military campaign begins to unfold, experts are outlining the next likely phases. Obviously, Iran is expected to respond. According to assessments, Iran is likely to retaliate with a massive launch of ballistic missiles, potentially in the hundreds, in a direct attempt to overwhelm Israeli defenses. This first wave could occur within hours. Israeli military experts estimate the current campaign may last several weeks, depending on the scope of Iran's response and Israel's strategic goals. During this period, further Israeli strikes are expected, particularly against additional nuclear facilities that are still operational across Iran. They've released some of the target list. Key Iranian nuclear sites that may still be targeted include Fordow, Arak, Isfahan, and Bushehr. Beyond these, Iran maintains dozens of missile production sites scattered throughout the country, some of which are in deep underground bunkers up to 500 meters beneath the surface. Iran also operates facilities for fuel enrichment and weapons-grade material processing. Now, according to Israeli military correspondent, the United States is expected to take a supportive role. While Washington may not initially engage in direct strikes, which they're telling us at this point they have not, American logistical and intelligence support is believed to be already in motion. Should Israel's initial strike waves prove successful, U.S. military involvement may increase, potentially transitioning to joint operations against remaining strategic targets. Iranian state television announcing that the Iran Revolutionary Guard Corps commander-in-chief, General Hossein Salami, was killed in one of the airstrikes. Israel also eliminated Major General Gholam Ali Rashid, who was head of the IRGC's headquarters. Further, Iranian state media confirms that senior nuclear scientists, they named several of them, were killed in these strikes, one of which was the former head of the Atomic Energy Organization. Israel reportedly hit at least 6 military bases around Tehran and residential regions at highly secure complexes that were for military commanders in what appears to be targeted assassinations. Israel believes it has eliminated much of Iran's senior military leadership. And, of course, they also confirmed Israel hit the Natanz nuclear site. The Mossad, according to the Jerusalem Post, Israel's national intelligence agency, had conducted a series of attacks in the heart of Iran, operations that focused on harming their strategic missile capabilities as well as air defense. President Trump is convening an emergency cabinet-level meeting amid this offense on Iran. This was a pre-planned, they say, not a last-minute scramble, signaling that the White House anticipated these strikes were coming. The meeting will focus on the U.S. response as well as real-time developments. According to the report, there's not a lot of detail. According to the White House, the president will attend a National Security Council meeting at 11 a.m. Eastern Time this morning, Friday the 13th. Retired Air Force General, Brigadier General Blaine Holt, this past evening said that the strikes in Tehran tell him Israel might be going for a decapitation strike on Iran and its leaders. Now, he asserted that these countries are essentially now in a state of war. Reacting to the airstrike offense on Iran, multiple reports and images showing Israeli Defense Forces making precision airstrikes on apartment buildings in Tehran, the capital. Major damage reported to multiple buildings in Tehran. But Holt said Israel and Iran are in a state of war now. They may have caught the Iranian leadership off guard and out of their bunkers. They may be going for what he described a decapitation strike here. That's what this Tehran thing tells me right now, but this is all so early. Crude oil prices jumping more than 7% following initial word. U.S. West Texas Intermediate up $5.22 a barrel to $73.26. The global benchmark Brent crude up $5 and a penny to $74.23 per barrel. President Trump expressed a bit of frustration earlier this past day that oil prices rose amid supply concerns from potential conflict in the Middle East. Global and U.S. prices surged more than 4% Wednesday. Of course, dozens of Israeli aircraft participating in this initial wave on dozens of military targets and Iranian nuclear sites. Televised address from Benjamin Netanyahu that the goal of this is to strike Iran's nuclear infrastructure, Iran's ballistic missile factories, and Iran's military capabilities. This operation will continue, according to Netanyahu, as long as is needed, warning that Iran has significant capabilities to harm us. We are prepared for that as well, he says. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, I see here. As far as a U.S. response, a number of Republicans in Washington are issuing stark warnings to leaders in Tehran if U.S. interests are targeted. You got Senator Lindsey Graham, he's a war hawk anyway, in a social media post that America should have an overwhelming response if American personnel or installations are targeted, vowing to destroy all of Iran's oil refineries and oil infrastructure, with the aim of putting the Ayatollah and his henchmen out of the oil business. As I just mentioned, the strikes shocking the global markets, oil prices surging, stocks tumbling. Worries that the attacks could set off a broader Mideast conflict that could disrupt the world's energy supplies. I guess this is an update since I had the initial reports. Oil up 7%. It's now up nearly 9%, almost $78 per barrel. Investors worried that rising oil prices might lead to more inflation, hurting the economies of oil importing nations, stock markets falling broadly. The Nikkei 225 in Japan fell 1.3% in early Friday trading. The Hang Seng Index down 0.7%. Those are not overwhelming drops, really. It's kind of like daily fluctuations, but Iran's shipments had begun to recover over the past year on strong demand from China, which would be forced to buy oil elsewhere if a broader conflict were to interrupt Iranian supplies. Now, Beijing does have a large strategic reserve accumulated through more than a decade of purchases and dispersed among numerous sites across the country. This, they say, could allow them to withstand weeks of interruption in the event imports begin to be disrupted. Iran also holds a strategic position on the northern side of the Strait of Hormuz at the exit of the Persian Gulf. That position is to block much of the oil and natural gas exports from Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, and Britain, if they wished to do so, in retaliation for the Israeli strike. Tehran has periodically hinted over the years that if they're attacked, they might be willing to stop tanker traffic there in the strait. Now, former Deputy National Security Advisor of the United States specializing in the Middle East said that the United States military does have the ability to force a reopening of the strait, but that could create bigger issues. That sort of an action would bring America squarely into the conflict, moving it to greater levels of regional disruption and global uncertainty. The U.S. in recent years has become far less dependent on oil from the Persian Gulf, thanks to the rapid rise of fracking and other advanced techniques to extract oil here. But Europe and China still import very large quantities of oil from that region. Of course, Iran has long had tense relations with Saudi Arabia, which tilts toward the United States, which is an ally of Israel. The Saudis, who are the third largest producer after the U.S. and Russia, say they have a backup plan in case of a wider conflict. Saudi Arabia has built an extensive pipeline system leading south from the coast of the Persian Gulf, where it produces most of its oil, to the Red Sea, where they've built extensive loading facilities for super tankers. You'll recall Tehran and their proxies used drone strikes back in 2019 to reach far into Saudi territory in order to destroy some of the oil facilities. That is also a tactic Tehran could turn back to if the tensions continue to flare. Now News reports Ali Shamkhani has been severely injured in airstrikes on his home and is in the hospital. He was the one spearheading nuclear negotiations on behalf of the supreme leader. As I said, these things just coming in over the last several hours. Rafael Grossi, chief of the International Atomic Energy Agency, confirmed the Natanz nuclear site had indeed been targeted. Okay, we knew that. It is a deeply concerning situation, he says. Let's see. Iranians gathering atop a hill watching the billowing smoke in Tehran. Massive explosions on Friday. Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, said the U.S. has currently no involvement in Israel's unilateral strikes, but had been told Israel considered the attack necessary for their self-defense. Yeah, much more as we continue on here. All right, coming up following our news update, the latest here, we'll hear from Knucklebuster. Eagle is on board, and room for you at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Israel is launching strikes against Iran's nuclear program. The country said in a statement it launched a preemptive offensive against military and nuclear sites inside Iran. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said the operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove the threat. According to Israel's defense minister, the country expects a retaliatory strike with drones and missiles, and a state of emergency has been declared. Sirens are sounding in Tel Aviv. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass is slamming Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem after U.S. Senator Alex Padilla was handcuffed while the secretary was giving a press briefing.
I served with the secretary for probably about 10 years in Congress. And Madam Secretary, I do not recognize you anymore. I do not know Kristi Noem that I served with for 10 years.
Bass questioned how authorities did not recognize one of California's sitting senators when they wrestled him to the ground and restrained him. She went on to criticize Noem, pushing back on her claims that Los Angeles is a war zone. Bass says the protesters are confined to a small area of L.A. and the city has the situation under control. The birthplace of Flamin' Hot Cheetos has closed its doors.
After more than 50 years, Frito-Lay has closed its plant in Rancho Cucamonga, California, and cut hundreds of jobs in the process. The plant became somewhat of a cultural icon for being the place that gave the world Flamin' Hot Cheetos in 1991. The now former employees say they got little or no notice about the plant closing this week, but some say on social media that they were given 10-week severance pay. As for Flamin' Hot Cheetos, Frito-Lay says they will continue to be made at other production facilities. I'm at Mattinson.
Stocks closed higher today.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 101. The S&P 500 rose 23. The Nasdaq added 46. I'm Larry Kofsky.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Karen Reed's murder retrial reaches its final stretch in a Massachusetts courtroom.
Reporter Emily Akeda says the defense has rested its case and the prosecution doesn't plan to call any rebuttal witnesses.
Closing arguments will get underway Friday before jurors get the case. It will be the second time Reed's fate is deliberated.
Reed's accused of hitting her Boston cop boyfriend with her SUV and leaving him to die in a snowstorm in 2022. The defense contends Reed's framed by police for the death of John O'Keefe. John Summers, USA Radio News.
As immigration enforcement increases, some Northern California businesses say they are seeing fewer customers.
There's definitely been a decline in sales. We've probably seen a 20% drop over the past 2 weeks.
Nathan Casper, the co-owner of Arujo's Mexican Grill in San Jose, says ICE is making some people avoid places. Casper says he saw a 40% drop in January when ICE was seen in a nearby parking lot. 7 Arkansas families are suing to block a new state law requiring the 10 Commandments to be displayed in all public school classrooms.
A federal lawsuit was filed Wednesday challenging the law, which was signed last April by Republican Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders and will go into effect in August. The complaint was filed by the ACLU and 2 other groups on behalf of families who are Jewish, non-religious, and Unitarian Universalists. One of the plaintiffs said the new law will infringe on the rights of parents and create a religiously coercive school environment. I'm Michael Casson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, as we get a new day underway, rolling into a Friday. Yes, indeed. TGIF, 13th day of June. Ooh, Friday the 13th. All right, we'll get some of our folks who's been checking in on a first hour via YouTube, Facebook. What's on your mind? It's 844-844-3388. As these news blurbs, information comes in minute by minute. Yeah, some of which, what can be confirmed. You know, this one says Israel has achieved complete freedom of airspace over the entire sky of Iran. You know, the whole of Iran is under our control at this very moment. Missile bases being destroyed that could have been launched at us. That's a big country now. Yeah. Have no idea what kind of intel, if Israel has the ability to jam their air defense systems. I don't know. Yeah, an Iranian report. Israel attacked a site in the Hamadan province that serves as the command center for all of Iran's air defense systems. It seems like you wouldn't have all your eggs in one basket, but I mean, like I said, one report after another coming in. Will continue to follow here. Well, good morning, Knuckle Buster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I'll be glad when Israel wipes their butt off the face of this earth there, and they can do the same thing with Lebanon. We ain't never paid them back for that bombing attack in 76. So, I believe it was 76. But anyway, well, let's get the bad part out, and don't you make me cry on there either. Tennessee, they stopped the treatment on her today, said it's just not working. So she's going to home care this weekend. She'll be home tomorrow. They don't expect her to live through the weekend. So I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody's prayers and thoughts. I mean, really, truly, from the bottom of my heart, I love all you guys for praying for her. I appreciate it. So, and Gail too. So, got to be equal, right, Steve?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah. Well, anyway, I ain't got no bologna tonight, but I might come up with some. I don't know. I've been known to come up with a little bologna there. I think I had something on my mind, but I forgot about it. Got too much else going on there. So I'll send you a picture of Tennessee and me so you know what she looked like, and why she's a beautiful woman. And I know the first thing you're going to say is, I see what you see in her, but what in the hell did she ever see in you? So
there you go. All
and
right.
I used to be so ugly, Steve, I'd look out there in that mirror and I'd cry because I was ugly. till I saw Dennis Rodman. Hell, I don't cry no more, Steve. So, all right. Got a great show going, brother. I'm going to jump off here and scale this big old load of Modelo beer so I have to cross that chicken house up there. So have a great morning. We'll call in that long list hour.
All right. Thank you for the update. He may be promised not to make him cry. He said it's been a rough day, undoubtedly. So, yeah, pretty much going to be, as he said, they're going to be sending her home today. Obviously, he's trying to get this load off, and he'll be headed to the home 20 to be by her side. And I'm sure the family, the kids coming in to be there as well, just going to make her comfortable. It's amazing. And he did tell me, what the cancer, whatever the type was, I think it was Scrapyard the other morning, said it's a very fast moving. And it just, as it gets larger, it just kind of gets exponentially, kind of doubles in size in short order. And so that's the case there. Continued prayers, everybody. Say a prayer for Knuckle Buster. Larry was first out of the box here. That might have been a first. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The midnight hour on a TGIF for the last time this week. Deep beneath the earth crust in the Hot Shot Secret hidden bunker. Throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. Got the stick shit eliminator power mic on 70 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. I'm not sure what the temperature is in Iran, though, but it is raining bombs, compliments of Israel. The White House stating U.S. military not involved. If that's true, I have some concerns. Stay tuned. I'll explain why. Meanwhile, snuggle up to whomever or whatever, heat up that cup of joe, batten down the hatches. The smoking lamp is out. Run silent, run deep. We've got an interesting weekend ahead. That's for sure. Hello to Tank. Morning, Steve. TGIF 77. Still looking like a full moon here in Oak City as we hammer down toward western Tennessee. Looks like the fighting has begun in the Middle East, indeed. Prayers for Israel. Hello, Gary. Good to have you with us. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew on this casual Friday. I don't know, how casual can this Friday be with all that's going on in the world around us? Tapeworm. Morning, Steve. Had a great day fishing on the Ohio River with my son. Yeah, drivers out there, remember to go home from time to time. And remember what or who we're all driving for out here. Hello to Todd. Happy Friday. I hope everyone has a good weekend. 2 weeks from today, I'll be having surgery to remove the cancer. Prayers that all goes well. Northwest Illinois, there's Roy checking in. 71 degrees tonight with clear skies. Hello to Stephen. Morning, Steve. Overnight drive team. All you truckers out there keeping things moving on the highways. God bless everyone tonight. Tony, good evening, Hotshot Nation, from along the scenic shores of the Ohio River in southern Illinois. 73 degrees, kind of sticky with some rain again. Bill is on board. Good morning from Manitowoc, Wisconsin. 57, cloud with a light wind blowing off of Lake Michigan. 10 more days and I'll be starting my new job. Have a great night and a great weekend, drivers. And as always, be safe out there. All right, Shorty, I-77 northbound, the North Carolina-Virginia line tonight with 77 degrees, Columbus bound. Hello, Jerry. Good Friday. Thank you to the Steve Summers overnight drive, keeping us entertained throughout the night. Thank you, Hotshot Secret, for making sure this show goes on. I used to look forward to Rangers Call every night. And now Grump and Pappy, kind of the highlight. Tell them you love them every chance you get. Tomorrow may not be possible. Very good indeed. Uncle Chops is in the house. Howdy to a great 5 hours of listening. David, morning, 77, beautiful night, Tampa, Florida. 75 northbound of Valdosta, then it's back to Tampa. And a shout out to Captain Ron this morning. All right, Ron in his zone there. Double truckers, 67 degrees, another beautiful trip. Things have become interesting with Iran. My wife texted me to let me know that the fireworks show is underway. Yeah, I know you'll tell us what's going on. I'll be tuning in later, back to the show, beginning on my way back to Western New York via the home of free speech, a.k.a. Rumble. All right, scroll on down. The Michigan Madmen says, thank you, Israel. Okay. West Michigan checking in. Hello, Crazy Ray. For the best 5 hours on the radio. Cloudy night, 66 degrees. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation, Eskimo Mom. Happy Friday, whatever day. Sunday, Father's Day. And no matter if your kids are biological, step, adopted, someone you took under your wing, Critter Daddy, or you stepped up when someone else wouldn't or couldn't. I thank you for being there in your kids' lives. If your dad is still around, call him. Because for many of us, all we have are the memories. Meanwhile, prayers for the Middle East as they deal with the chaos of war. Got the usual run tonight. Still got the moon shining low in the sky. Hazy skies, 70 degrees, I-71 in Kentucky. Be safe out there. Have a great weekend when you get to it. Rubber Duck, home sweet home for me. Kimmy bought me a boat for Father's Day. She's the best. Maybe she'll let me use her pickup to take it out to the lake. All right, that would be nice. Yeah, now just put it in the front yard and look at it. James is on board. Daniel, good morning from Jamestown, North Dakota, 58 degrees. Definitely praying for Israel this morning. Let's see. Israel targeting critical components of the ballistic missile infrastructure destroying 12 planetary mixers essential for producing solid fuel, thus crippling Iran's capabilities to replenish its stockpile. Israel just did the United States a big favor. I wonder when the Democrat Communist Party is going to step up to start defending Iran. Yeah, that'll be interesting. Hello, Gilligan. Morning, Steve. See, fellow listeners, mostly cloudy, but that dry atop Christiansburg Mountain, Virginia, 74 degrees. Hope y'all have a great weekend. Everybody, keep it shiny side up out there. All right, we'll get to some of the other folks checking in. First, I want to get to Pappy. And morning, Pappy. What do you say? What a difference a day can make.
Man, what can happen in 24 hours, Steve? Quite a lot. Knucklebuster, I believe that Beirut bombing was 1980. Yes, sir. USS Missouri battleship answered with some 16-inch shells being launched at them. Man, Steve, it was about 5:30, 6 o'clock. I went out and cut the grass. I came in here to cool off a little bit and lay down just to chill in the air conditioning and say a little prayer for Tennessee and Knucklebuster. And let's just say, may God be by her side until the Lord decides to take her home. And also be by Knucklebuster's side to give him the strength to get through this. Steve, I'm going to talk about the media real quick. There was a journalist. I forgot. I don't know if it was MSNBC, who it was. One of the communist media networks. He said, "Listen, these peaceful people watching cars burn. You bring in the police, and that's when we're going to have problems." Peaceful people watching cars burn. And old Gavin Newsom, man, he's flat out of his mouth, said we need a rebellion against Trump. Straight out of the governor's hole out of California. Steve, we'll see what happens with this weekend with any Iranian terrorists in this country. So let's get on Iran here. Steve, I said it before, and I'm sticking to my guns here. Listen to me. Israel does not have the capability. They do not have the bunker buster bombs to take out these nuclear facilities. I'm talking the nuclear facilities that aren't on the map, that aren't being displayed on Fox News' little map. They got some secret ones that they ain't telling us about. We know where they're at. Mm-hmm. But the media is not. Steve, these aren't your typical little bunker busters, all right? They don't have them. They don't have the delivery system. These nuclear facilities they put the hotshot secret hidden bunker to shame. These things are tens of stories underground.
I mean, the one said some of them as much as 500 meters. I mean, how far is that? It's a long ways.
That's over almost 2 football. That's about 2 football fields. So, if the White House is saying that U.S. military was not involved, see, these nuclear plants are not getting destroyed. The issue I got with that is that's the reason we're supposed to be going in, correct? Mm-hmm. To destroy these nuclear facilities. Brett Baer called Trump tonight and talked to him. as this was going on. It was on Fox News via telephone. And Trump told him that hopefully this will bring Iran back to the table. Steve, if the nuclear facilities were going to be destroyed, why would we have to bring them back to the table? Make no mistake about it, Israel is pounding Iran. Their air defenses were already put a big hurt into the last time they launched some bombs over there. But I'm telling you, they need our bombers to be able to penetrate these nuclear facilities. You're not going to launch a fighter jet. These bombs are too heavy, man. So Trump pretty much saying maybe we'll bring them back to the table this weekend. Telling me, man, they are not able to take out the nuclear facility. And Steve, I don't know, man. You know, I'm just low totem pole when I was in the military. I don't know if this strategy is a good strategy or not. Me personally, my thoughts are we should have just went in and hit them hard. Not that Israel isn't, but the goal is to take out the nuclear facilities. They could maybe damage some of them without even destroying the nuclear material, so to speak. You could still cause some havoc, shut down entranceways, ductwork, bringing air down in there and stuff. I mean, there's things they could damage that would kind of hurt them a little bit, but actually getting down in there to destroy these things, they're going to need the United States. So we shall see when the headlines come up, Israel and the United States conducting strikes against Iran. Steve, I'm telling you right now, if they come out and say nuclear facilities have been destroyed, we were involved. I would think Trump would come out and say so. But then again, they're trying to wash our hands of this. They're trying to, hey, man, it's not us bombing you. Don't blame us. Good luck with that theory, I think.
Yeah.
They already came out with a statement saying that Israel and
the United States. That is correct. Yep.
So we'll see how this goes. I don't know, man. Said it last night. We are living in historical times here. Man, what's China going to do? Is China going to step in? They're going to start flexing some muscle here. Maybe that's why we didn't jump right in right now. Want to see what China does. I think it's an inevitable, man. We're going to have to take out these nuclear facilities. Should have just done it. Get it over with. Let's do it. Get it over with. Whatever happens, happens. Can't let it go on. All right, buddy. That's really about all I got, man. Once you hear the United States is now involved, that's why we're going after the nuclear facilities. Might happen after this weekend if they say, all right, we tried to convince them. But they're just not taking the bait. So. And Steve, here's the thing. Big lie. Come on, man. Listen, this whole regime took power by force when they kicked the Shah out in 1979, when they took the hostages over there. This, and no lie straight to your face, man. They, come on. I don't trust them people as far as you can throw them. There was a lady on Fox News tonight. I think she was Iranian. She said the people of Iran want this regime out. They are ready for democracy. So that could be what they're doing. Going to hit them hard and hope these, I don't want to call them, well, I guess human beings get overthrown. So we'll see. All right, buddy. I got a weekend ahead of me, man. It's going to be interesting,
yeah,
right?
you do, so you'll be able to keep up with all the latest, I guess. A couple of quick updates here. Yeah, the Israeli military confirming the deaths of 3 Iranian commanders, 2 scientists who played leading roles in their nuclear development, also assassinated. Iran has informed the International Atomic Energy Agency that there has been no increase in radiation levels at the Natanz nuclear site, and that the Bushehr nuclear power plant has not been targeted, according to the organization's chief in a statement. Israeli military says some 200 warplanes participated in the attack, dropping hundreds of bombs across the country, striking over 100 targets. Yeah, this attack on Tehran, the biggest since the Iran-Iraq war decades ago. But Israel also said it killed top military leadership, confirming reports from Iran state media. And officials among those killed, they list the names, part of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard. We'll be back.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Israel is launching strikes against Iran's nuclear program. The country said in a statement it launched a preemptive offensive against military and nuclear sites inside Iran. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove the threat. According to Israel's defense minister, the country expects a retaliatory strike with drones and missiles, and a state of emergency has been declared. Iran's main building of the commander offices of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps was attacked and is burning. Iranian state television says General Hossein Salami, the head of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, is dead following the Israeli attack. Israel also struck at the heart of Iran's ballistic missile program. Iran state TV states that attacks were also reported in Natanz, Kandab, and Khorramabad. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke,
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, updates over the past 30 minutes or so. It appears Iran has launched its first wave of response. Israel's military chief spokesman says Iran launched more than 100 drones towards Israel the past few hours. Meanwhile, President Trump tells Fox News anchor Bret Baier that he had prior knowledge of Israel's plans to target top Iranian leaders. Baier spoke with Trump shortly after the Israeli strikes began. Trump says Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb. Will hopefully get back to the negotiating table. Now, he did say there are several people in the leadership in Iran who will not be coming back, as they've been taken out, obviously. Jordan's Civil Aviation Regulatory Commission announced the temporary closure of the country's airspace, citing potential risks from the ongoing escalation in that region. Saudi Arabia's foreign ministry condemning the Israeli attack on Iranian soil, saying it was a blatant violation of international laws and norms. As the sun comes up in Israel, the streets normally bustling on a Friday with shoppers preparing for the Sabbath, it is eerily quiet, expecting the Iranian counterattack. Yes, some had been heading out before dawn to stock up on food from some of the 24-hour groceries and lined up at gas stations, but many others confused about how to proceed, as they're being told by officials to stay close to protected areas and bomb shelters, leave home only to buy essential items. All right, anything else in the mix here? We'll have to kind of refresh. See what we got. Yeah, so they're confirming the commander-in-chief of Iran's military Mohammed Bagheri killed during the strikes Friday morning, according to Iran state news agency. He was Iran's second highest commander, right behind the supreme leader, the Ayatollah. His death, of course, earlier reported by semi-official Iranian media. I guess they've now actually confirmed that. All right, let me jump to Eagle this morning. Morning, Eagle. Hey, Eagle. It's a Friday. TGIF. Wake up. Are you with me? Let me see. We got Big Ed. Are you there? Okay. 2 strikes and you're out. Let me see here. That brings us to the Grump, I do believe.
Yeah, I'm here.
Morning, Grump.
Everybody, how you doing, Steve? Yeah, everybody else sleeping or I don't know. And I figured this is going to be happening pretty quick here. Just for the build up and everything that we've been sending over there in the last 3 weeks. We've had C-17 after C-17 landing over there. Carrying munitions, carrying supplies for troops and things like that. So it's been building up. It's no surprise either that Saudi Arabia just condemned it. They still haven't signed on to the Abraham Accords, and I don't think they will anytime soon. But they can't stand Iran, so I don't know what their problem is. But it's been a kind of a, listening to it and stuff. It's one thing Pappy said last night. That Israel needed the United States to help fight this war. They don't. They've got everything, under the sun. They got a whole squadron of F-35s. They got F-16s. They got F-15Is. They got everything under the sun. And the one thing Israel has going for them is their countermeasures. They have some of the best cyber countermeasures going. I mean, they train for stuff like this. They're jammers and some of the things that they'll use against incoming missiles and drones and stuff. And Iran, they said Iran just launched 100 drones and probably going to launch more.
Yeah,
they've got an endless supply of these damn things. I mean, they really do. And one of the other things that Iran has that can create problems is the mini subs. They have a massive amount of mini subs, and I'm talking, that has a couple of torpedoes and things like that. They can just go lay on the bottom. Most of them are painted green because they operate in such shallow waters. They can get in and out of ports but they've talked about them for years, and even back when I was in the military, some of the intel briefings and stuff we'd get on Iranian forces and stuff. They haven't really grown their forces that much, but they really have improved in their drone capability, as we're seeing in most of the drones that are flying into Ukraine is Iranian made. So it's going to be something that we're going to have to watch really, really, really close and see how it goes. I think Israel is not going to stop. It would not surprise me if they did not target the Ayatollah himself, and they probably know where he's at. Remember, last night I was talking to you about it, and I said that the Mossad's probably been in Iran for operating in there for months, and I was listening to a couple of the people on the news, and they had a former Israeli special forces guy from the IDF. He said that that he knew, for a fact that they had been in Iran for months, getting intel on locations, and they don't just, the Ayatollah and most of them people over there is hated by the Iranian people. They don't want this crap. They don't want nothing to do with it. But when you got fanatics that are running a damn country like they are, and they're a lot like Saddam. One of the reasons why they couldn't stand Saddam Hussein, the Iranians, is he was a Sunni, and they're probably 90-95% Shia in Iran, and that was one of the fighting points for them, and they just couldn't get along. But this whole thing here, I don't think it's going to last long, and I think one of the roles that Donald Trump is going to play is going to be probably a mediator. I think they may try to get to the table but they're never going to stop trying to get a weapon. So this is probably the best thing in the world for the world right now is if somehow they took out the Ayatollah. As long as the mullahs and people are running that show over there, this is what we're going to have to look forward to. And it's not just, they don't want just a bomb that they can put on a missile. They want suitcase nukes. They want all kinds of stuff that they can get in and out of places, that they can, all their surrogates such as Hezbollah and the Houthis and Hamas, they can give them to them and let them, strategically place them. They haven't hidden any of that. And so it's going to be this is going to be some trying times here over the next couple of weeks, but don't think for a second that Israel cannot handle this. They can handle it quite handily, to be honest with you. I mean, it's and if need be, we'll offer countermeasures such as drones or some Patriot missiles or something, that's going to help shoot down some of their stuff. And in that capacity, and just Jordanians, they've already closed their airspace, and they're stopping all commercial flights, I believe, coming in and out right now.
Yep.
And I can say, if a bunch of drones hit Jordan, it's going to piss off that King Hussein over there. He's not going to be happy. And here's a guy that'll jump in a helicopter and go fight terrorists. I mean, he's known for that. I mean, he's really been one of the great supporters of us, and he was one of the first to sign on to the Abraham Accords whenever they started pushing them through. And so, he kind of wants everything in that region there to behave themselves, and it's going to depend a lot right now too on the Palestinians, how they're doing as far as attacking Israelis, and Israel's not putting up with much of that. They keep their protests going and things like that. So it's one of the things I think that bothers me about everything is how many damn terrorists did Joe Biden let in this country? How many Iranian sympathizers and people are here, wanting to cause some kind of damage or some kind of harm. I know the FBI, we got some of the best people in the world, Steve, man. I mean, they monitor everything. Hell, they, probably listening to us right now, and just from mentioning the FBI's name, but that's just the way it is. I mean, I don't think anything about it. A lot of people would freak out over the fact that our intel would be monitoring phone calls of Americans. Well, how else do people understand how they find out stuff? It's just the way it is. I don't have anybody knocking at my door. You don't either, and stuff, because we have casual conversations. But if somebody was seriously, wanting to communicate a threat in some form or fashion, they would be knocking on their door. And it's you got Tulsi Gabbard right now. She's running the DNI, and that's a plus for us. I don't know, man. I think we got the right people in the right positions right now. And I think we also got a lot of the European nations that have been adding more to their defense budgets and beefing things up a little bit better. I think that's one of the things that's keeping Russia in check right now for not, threatening to get involved in this like they did in 1973 when they were going to ram our ships and everything else over the embargoes, stuff that we had around in the sea over there around Israel. And it's that was some trying times then. I mean, people don't understand. I guess they don't read history enough to understand how close we come to a world war at that point in time. And Golda Meir was quite the leader, and I think Benjamin Netanyahu looks at a lot of things that Golda Meir did, and that old gal wouldn't back down from nothing. She just wouldn't see it. And so we're going to have to, just cross our fingers here and hope that we can keep our guys safe and, and everything. And people that's over there right now, I think we got about 47,000, I think is what they said in that region now, troops. And got more in Germany and England and places in Iceland, and that could be there in a heartbeat if need be. So it's going to be interesting to see how many of the protesters and what kind of flags are going to be flying here in the United States, like it makes a difference. It's the craziest crap I've ever seen in my life. I mean, these people be flying everybody else's flag but ours, and they think that by causing all this havoc and problems and rioting and throwing bricks and things like that at cops, that's somehow going to change people's minds and their hearts, and it's not. It just pisses people off, and it makes the average American, want to take up arms against other Americans that are pulling that crap.
With all the protests that are,
I don't know,
all the protests that are planned for Saturday this week. Of course, these are the anti-ICE protest. You think are we going to see, as we've seen, the Palestinian flag being waved at these rallies at college campuses? Are many of the supporters of Iran going to take to the streets along with them? So we'll see Mexican flags and maybe Iranian flags all together?
I think so. And I think you're going to see a lot of the effigies of Benjamin Netanyahu being burned, and Israeli flags being burned.
Yep.
And it's they're going from the Jews to the Israelis, period, now. And what's stupid, Steve, is the Israelis have offered more job opportunities for people in of all nationalities in those areas, the Palestinians and Syrians and people going to work in Israel. And hell, they haven't bothered them. I mean, they just they go in and they do their job and they go home. But it's those that get among the radicals that are causing so many problems. I think you're going to be seeing a lot of it in France and Germany probably. There's a bunch of wackadoos over there that it's going to be tolerated, and probably in London and that place is getting scary. I mean, I was there for 3 years over in England and years ago, but we had the Irish or the Liberation Army over there. The IRA was over there. They were nail bombing buses and things at that time and causing some problems, but it wasn't nothing that bothered us. I mean, we'd go down to Piccadilly Circus and have a good time, or something, and go Hyde Park and see all the castles and stuff like that, and have a good time. But now, it's such a Muslim, heavy Muslim presence in London right now that they've even considered Sharia law in that damn place. Letting. In fact, I think the mayor is a Muslim right now over there, and it's just. And it's getting crazy, and so many people here look up in where was it, up in Dearborn or one of them places up in Michigan where they talked about letting it go, Sharia law. What the hell good's our Constitution if they're going to allow some idiots like that? And that's nothing more than these blue states and blue governors that thinks that we need to give everybody a great big damn hug and let them do whatever they want and forget all the laws and everything else and have no structure in this country. That's one reason why people came to this country, was for the structure, the security, and the opportunity. And these blue states and everybody in them, Steve, are too damn stupid right now to realize they're taking all that away. They want to change the face of who we are. And to me, anymore, it's the dreams that people had of coming here and working, getting a good job and stuff like that. That's not what these blue states want. They want people just to come here, load up the cities and every damn thing else, stand there with their hand out for a freaking check, and call it good. Say, well, you're here at the land of opportunity, and the best opportunity you can get's a damn handout. At first I was a little leery about what Trump was doing, but let's kick all their asses out. We need to send a message that this is a sovereign nation. That we have laws. We are a nation of laws, not just founded on Judeo principles, but we are a nation of laws, and that people needs to obey those laws. From the hood rats to the hillbillies to the damn thugs that are coming into this country. Everybody in between needs to understand that we are a nation of laws, and I think we got some good people in office right now. That Pam Bondi, she's working her ass off on trying to get as many arrested and locked up. And it started with senators, like they handcuffed that jackass today, yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
you know, for busting in on you know, the Homeland Security briefing and running his mouth. That was just he's another opportunist, and that's what we're coddling right now. And so much of our Congress is allowing these loudmouths like that idiot AOC and Jasmine Crockett, you know, who couldn't spell Congress, and every time she opens her mouth, she sounds like she just come right out of the damn hood. You know, she's an idiot, and but yet she got elected in that position for no other reason than to stir the crap. And it's just, you know, we need to get back to the founding principles. We need to get back to people that believes in this nation to help the country as a whole. When you start doing things for the country, then it starts doing things for the people. And these people that are voting right now are standing up going, hey, what can you do for me? Well, I can kick your ass is what I can do. How about let's do something for the country? So we're going to see what happens, man. But it's you know, Saturday. It's going to be you know, I'm over in this neck of the woods. I ain't too far from D.C. And you know, I'm seeing a few buses and, you know, things like that. You know, heading over that way, going to D.C. and all kinds of stupid stuff. And we'll see what happens. But you know, I guess we'll go from there. But this war, I think, is going to be short-lived. I don't think they're going to fire some stuff back and forth. And I think the Iranians are going to be licking their wounds here pretty damn quick because when I say short-lived, I mean it's the Israelis are going to pound the snot out of them. I mean that's just the way it is. They're gonna hit them with harder, and the next wave is, you know, that was just a precursor for what the ass is coming.
I'm seeing reports. I'm seeing reports that like there's another wave, like a third wave that's like already underway. I'll do some double checking, but yeah, it's going to be wave after wave. So.
Yeah, you know, they've had these things in the planning for years, and a lot of that stuff too. Like I said, you know, it's born. It's not just born in Israel. It comes right out of the war colleges in Alabama and places like that, where our staff grade officers and people like that are the war planners for everything that goes on. I mean, they gather all the intel that they can, and they take it into a big ass room and they say, you know, these forces here, and what's their weaknesses and what's their strengths and everything in between. And so they pick the best avenue of approach, and they try to outthink the people involved. And like I say, the Mossad's probably, you know, been in contact with the Defense Department here, and they're the ones that are doing a lot of the planning over there, passing along to Netanyahu and saying this is how we can hit them. I mean, it was no coincidence. They didn't just launch a damn missile and hit that guy accidental. They knew exactly where he was.
Yep.
And and it wouldn't surprise me if the damn Ayatollah hadn't, you know, if he hadn't hidden in a bunker somewhere and you know, not going to come out for a little while. Well, they need to nail the damn door shut and forget about the guy. So, you know, even if he's in a mosque or something like that, they'll hit it. Israel will hit it. They have no fear whatsoever. They don't care what the reputation, you know, that people thinks that they're going to ruin.
Mm-hmm.
They don't give a rat's ass about it. They will hit anything and everything that they think can create a threat to them. And and right now they're, you know, they just let the world know, you know, I mean, when you kill the number 2 guy, you know, that's like the vice president, you know, they killed. I mean, that's you know, that's a big deal. So, you know, it's,
well, and then I mean, over the last, you know, how long's this Israel-Palestinian war? They have clearly proved during that hospitals, places of worship. I mean, if the evil individuals are trying to use those sort of facilities as cover, or even human shields, nothing is sacred. They're going to come after you. Now, I think we may have an answer to Pappy's question, as he was just alluding to the fact, clarifying that Israel doesn't have the capabilities to reach those deep underground bunkers. They would need our assistance, our military might to do some of those things. And the plan was, maybe the thinking was, maybe we're kind of standing on the sidelines saying we are not involved at this point, because Trump was hoping, and he said this past evening, hoping that they might be able to get them back to the table. He actually said he was afraid that Israel moving as they have would probably not be beneficial to bring them back to the table. But he said, on the other hand, it might convince them that we're not messing around here. We're just in Iran announcing on state television they will not participate in nuclear negotiations with the United States on Sunday and until further notice. Will that lead now, Pappy? What do you think? Will you see some of these deep underground bunker facilities possibly actually being taken out? Just some of the latest reports coming in. All right, about a minute before news break here. Buckeye Boy, check it in from Donia Beach, Florida. Delivery went well yesterday, now just hanging out till 12:30 today to pick it up and head home. Found out the damage to the box is going to cost over $20,000. I can actually have them make a new one for a little over $22,000, so that's the way I'm going to go. I don't want any problems with a repaired box later on. I will deliver Monday, then take the rest of the week off as we get the oldest granddaughter for our summer vacation visitation. And Wildcat has a bunch of activities planned. Great Wolf Lodge, Six Flags, a trip to Tennessee. All right, well, enjoy that. We get the very latest news update as we hit the top of the hour, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Israel is launching strikes against Iran's nuclear program. The country said in a statement it launched a preemptive offensive against military and nuclear sites inside Iran. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove the threat. According to Israel's defense minister, the country expects a retaliatory strike with drones and missiles, and a state of emergency has been declared. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says there was no U.S. involvement in the strikes against Iran. Iran's main building of the commander offices of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps was attacked and is burning. Iranian state television says General Hossein Salami, the head of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, is dead following the Israeli attack. Israeli strikes also killed Major General Ghulam Ali Rashid, who's a top official with the Revolutionary Guard Corps, Faridun Abbasi, a nuclear scientist, Dr. Mohammed Mehdi Taranki, also a nuclear scientist. Netanyahu says Israel targeted Iran's main enrichment facility and Iran's leading nuclear scientists working on the Iranian bomb. Israel also struck at the heart of Iran's ballistic missile program. Iran state TV states that attacks were also reported in Natanz, Kandab, and Khorramabad. A federal judge is temporarily halting the Trump administration's deployment of military troops in Los Angeles. The judge wrote in his ruling the federal government did not have the authority to nationalize California's National Guard. The White House is appealing that decision. California's Attorney General has challenged the deployment ordered by President Trump. Up to 4,000 National Guard troops and 700 Marines were sent to the city after anti-ICE protests erupted. Stocks closed higher today.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 101. The S&P 500 rose 23. The Nasdaq added 46. I'm Larry Kofsky.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people, people love Medi-Share and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
He is surrounded. Washington State knows who he is. We're going to continue to be in there, and he's got a lot of ground to cover. Eventually, he's going to tire, and he's going to make a mistake.
The search for a triple murder suspect, Travis Decker, is changing.
Chelan County, Washington Sheriff Mike Morrison says they're focusing on specific leads.
You will not see the amount of resources that we have had out there, but you are seeing a different element of our approach as we continue to track down Travis, following leads.
U.S. Marshal Service is assisting. Morrison says Decker will make a mistake, and they will arrest him for the murders of his 3 daughters. He says Decker has nowhere to go, and they will find him. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Autonomous vehicles could lead to fewer car accidents, but are not expected to lead to fewer dollars spent on car insurance.
New research from Goldman Sachs says the types of risks insurers cover in the future may shift rather than disappear. In the meantime, drivers can expect modest growth in auto insurance premiums, partially because newer tech-heavy cars have pushed up repair expenses, leading to higher costs per claim. While lower premiums won't come soon, Goldman analysts predict insurance costs will decrease by more than 50% in the next 15 years. I'm Matt Mattinson.
The eating champion, known as Jaws, could be returning to the famous hot dog eating contest on Coney Island this summer.
Joey Chestnut is said to be in talks to return to the 4th of July competition after being banned in 2024 due to a sponsorship issue. And he holds the record of 76 hot dogs munched down in 2021. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
folks. Another hour underway. All right. Here we got a Friday, a.k.a. Friday the 13th coming on. All right, the big parade planned for Saturday. Some reports saying the long-planned celebration in D.C. to mark the Army's 250th birthday, which kind of coincides with the president's 79th birthday, could be canceled due to thunderstorms, according to a chief spokesman for the Army this past day. Now, he said, rain won't stop us. The tanks don't melt. But if there's lightning, then that puts the crowd at risk. They will disperse the crowd and even cancel or postpone the parade. It's going to depend on the president, too, when he's available. Now, while the Army has said it has no plans to recognize Trump's birthday, Saturday, the president will play a major role in the celebrations, which have been altered to include a parade. The parade, which is set to bring thousands to the Capitol, will culminate with a parade through the city and an enlistment and re-enlistment ceremony presided over by President Trump. Also, big fireworks display planned after the parade. The Army's Golden Knights will parachute in and present Trump with a flag. Now, Warren also said the Army's chief of staff would make the final call on this. It's June in Washington, D.C. We get thunderstorms. You could delay it. You could look at it and say, all right, this is just going to pass on through. You say, hey, this is a storm, which gets bigger for a while. So, keeping an eye on the weather for the weekend, which many are doing, right? Yeah, where Mother's Day, of course, the big date on the calendar for a nice meal at the restaurants around the country. Father's Day is more or less a big day for close-to-home outdoor activities. Maybe a day at the ballpark or the beach, a fishing excursion, or maybe firing up the grill and enjoying some family time. And, of course, there's nothing wrong with Dad just taking a snooze on the couch, right? Looks like the best areas for sunshine with minimal risk of rain in the lower 48 for Father's Day is going to be west of the Rockies. In contrast, humid air further east will lead to areas of showers and thunderstorms. Some of those storms will be severe. Now, for those headed to the West Coast beaches this weekend, the waters are typically very chilly. Low clouds in the morning should burn off, allowing sunshine during the afternoon. In most cases, further inland over the west, sunshine will boost the air to very warm to downright hot levels. Highs in the 80s and 90s. Desert areas could approach the century mark. So be prepared. Plenty of water to stay hydrated if you're taking a hike there in the wilderness. Now, with the landscape drying out, caution with open flames or any equipment that could produce sparks, the risk of a wildfire. Looks like only sparse thunderstorm activity is foreseen over the West Mountains. Most of those storms will tend to form on the eastern side of the Rockies as opposed to the Intermountain region come Father's Day. The trouble from thunderstorms is actually going to ramp up east of the Rockies for Father's Day direct. Thunderstorms becoming locally severe over the central and northern plains into parts of the Midwest. Further east, higher humidity levels and typical June warmth will tend to lead to a mosaic of showers and thunderstorms from the Mississippi Valley to the Atlantic seaboard. For those who manage to enjoy their day without a downpour or two interrupting activities, luck may be on their side. Now, not everybody's going to see downpours. Where it does rain, it may pour for a couple of hours. Now, this time of year, the bulk of the shower and thunderstorm activity tends to ramp up between 2 and 8 p.m. local time. That means there's a better chance for dry weather outdoor activities in the morning to maybe midday hours versus later in the afternoon and evening hours. 844-844-3388. All right, I believe Vic joins us here on a Friday the 13th. Morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. I was listening to Grump there. I think you had an FBI visit when you were on the other network there, and someone had called in, got a little bit too rambunctious on their comments. Am I thinking right, or have you confused with someone else?
No, that's there were some calls made, and I guess they had to go back and pull out the archived recording from that particular morning. There was an inquiry at one point. Can't remember what that was in regards to, but yes.
But that's what I was thinking. Of course, you used to be right beside them there. On the other
next
network.
door.
But,
yeah, absolutely.
But real quickly, this situation going over in the Mideast, that goes clear back to when the Shah of Iran was put in power, and then they had the Arab embargo. They had all that, and oil prices went through the roof, and Iran was literally floating in cash. And our defense people, they were selling Iran every type of weapon they could, and at the same time the Iranian people were suffering, and that's what turned the Iranian people against the Shah, because there was such a wide difference there. And then the Ayatollahs took over because of that, and a lot of our defense people really didn't want that, knowing that while the American public was suffering under high prices, that they were selling all kinds of weaponry to the Shah.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that a lot of that information, the current regimes, they know that the American public wouldn't be very happy about that. It's pretty well been suppressed, and they've used that as I guess you would say, a propaganda or information weapon or whatever. But to the current situation, I seen something yesterday or the day before that the rocket fuel is actually coming from China for those missiles, and China is the one behind giving them the delivery system, and that's, I guess it could overwhelm Israel's defense system or whatever it is, and that was really the big worry that at that particular time, just a few days ago, that I guess you'd say that was the trigger point for Israel. So they just decided that they would go in and take out their missile delivery system and whatever they could of their nuclear program along the way, because it's pretty obvious they intend to, when I say they, Iran intends to get a nuclear bomb, and they used that old cover once again. Well, we just want nuclear power.
Right.
I'm trying to think where would be a good place to place a nuclear power plant. I don't know, because that takes those nuclear power plants take a lot of water, and the only place I can think is up there on the Caspian Sea, to where that Iran and Russia share a common border, and also share the oil revenues from the Caspian Sea that's in the Caspian Sea. So that's I can't really see where they would place one, and I was hoping maybe the United States government would come to those people and say, tell us where you're going to put your nuclear generation plant. But obviously the diplomacy, that's a forgotten cause now, and the only bunker buster bombs that we have, you've heard of the depleted uranium bombs, and we have some others, but that's the only one that would go deep enough to even hit their nuclear facilities, and I'm sure they're pretty well hardened. So I don't see how they're going to really stop that nuclear enrichment program, short of us using an actual nuclear bomb, which then that would touch off all kinds of things. And so the big thing is that we kind of started this thing way back in the 70s, whenever the Shah of Iran, we had back, well, it was farther than back then, actually back in the 50s, whenever the Shah was put in power, and he nationalized all the oil, and it had just went on, and we tried to have different covers, and then we had that whole embassy situation there, and whenever that situation was settled with, I believe it was the Algiers Accords, we had Iran had all this military hardware. We had sold them, but we were going to embargo all the repair. And we kept all the money and everything else. And supposedly, according to the Algiers Accord, that was supposed to go through, I think it was the Bank of England, all the money that we had and everything else. Well, long story short, whenever Obama came along, he didn't follow that procedure. And he just returned a whole lot of cash and one thing and another and said, well, that was actually their money. Well, yeah, it was, but there was a procedure in place for them to get that back. But they didn't follow that procedure, and everything just got worse and worse and worse and worse from there. So, by and large, the whole history, it would help a whole lot if Trump would just come out and say, here's what the United States has done with Iran, going clear back to 1950. And the reason I say that would, if Iran is under the impression that they can blackmail people in the United States, that would just do away with all that, and then they can get down to business. And on the American side of it, they're destroying our uranium-233 down there at Oak Ridge. I just wish that we would set up some sort of a system whereby we could use directly the radioactive materials that we had to generate electricity. Because simplest way to put it is it's like a giant battery, because battery power comes from free electrons, and radioactivity has all kinds of free electrons. They have to be protected, but they will generate electricity directly. And so I believe we'd make a long, hard hit to make us totally energy independent, but not only independent, be able to export energy. That would also solve a lot of our problems. And that was real quick. The whole deal with that Kristi Noem thing today,
yes,
where the senator interrupted her. All she was doing was going through and saying, this is not about illegal aliens. We are chasing criminals. They have committed crimes in our country. Now, if they happen to be illegal aliens or people here on visas, they're going to be deported. But that is not our primary target. Our primary target are criminals. And that's when that goofball jumped up. And as they said, he is a U.S. senator. All he has to do is call Kristi Noem's office and say, I want to set up an unemployment. So what was his purpose of going to a briefing and causing all that disruption? Probably he didn't want her to explain exactly what she was doing. And oddly enough, when the part that he interrupted was when she was explaining that the IRS was part of the task force and they were going to go after and see where the money is and go after these nonprofits. If these nonprofits are actually using their funds to engage in political activities, they can't be a nonprofit, and they will have to pay taxes. And that's when the guy started raising up all that fuss going on. But hope for the best and expect the worst, all I can say.
And then, of course, he resisted when the Secret Service approached him, and he supposedly, they have some sort of a pin or something they wear identifying them as a senator. I mean, yeah, they didn't recognize him. If I would have been in the room, I sure as hell wouldn't have known who he was. I'd never heard of the guy, technically. Who are you? Follow the orders. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All right, couple of fresh updates. A statement that Iran's Isfahan nuclear site has not been affected, according to the International Atomic Energy Agency's chief in a statement citing updates from Iranian authorities. Britain's prime minister said his government is engaging with its partners to de-escalate the situation. We urge all parties to step back and reduce tensions urgently. This is a dangerous moment, according to Britain's Foreign Secretary, David Lammy, in a separate statement, urging restraint by both sides. Yeah, I don't think Israel's on the move. I don't see him backing down. Meanwhile, over here, Senator John Fetterman pledged his support of the attack of Israel on Iran, stating that Israel should keep wiping out Iranian leadership and the nuclear personnel. Our commitment to Israel must be absolute, and I fully support this attack. Posted that on X. Keep wiping out Iranian leadership and the nuclear personnel. He said the U.S. must provide the necessary military intelligence and weaponry to support the Israeli strike on Iran. All right. Additional reports indicate strikes by the Israeli Air Force against nuclear facilities in Natanz and Fordow. Video posted by the defenders shows flames and smoke rising from the Natanz nuclear facility. As we mentioned earlier, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu announcing Operation Rising Lion, a targeted operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival, pledging to continue for several days to remove that threat. Ted Cruz, speaking this past evening, said Iran made the Israeli strikes on them inevitable by vowing to expand enrichment. And the effect of that was a giant middle finger to President Trump. And it was also telling Israel, you better strike now, because if you wait any longer, we may have a nuclear weapon, and we'll use that to murder millions of your citizens. Cruz said, I think in many ways what happened tonight was inevitable. It was inevitable because Iran, the Ayatollah, is a theocratic zealot who chants death to America and death to Israel. Earlier this past day, he put us on this path, inevitably. President Trump has said repeatedly Iran must dismantle their nuclear centrifuges, or that They could either do so voluntarily through diplomatic measures, or the centrifuges would be dismantled through warfare. And Thursday morning, Iran put out a statement. They said they will not dismantle their centrifuges, that they were going to build more, and they're going to enrich more uranium. And they're charging towards a nuclear weapon. The effect of that, again, giant middle finger to Trump and telling Israel, better strike. You wait, we'll have a nuclear weapon. And we're seeing the direct consequences of Iran's defiance and their genocidal desire to murder as many Israelis as possible. So, all right. And as far as Vic's conversation there, Pappy said, yeah, Vic 100% correct about the Shah. The U.S. brought him and his wife and her 400 pair of shoes to New York City when the shish kebab hit the fan back then. All right, you're going to be driving through Iowa. You expect to see an increased law enforcement presence as agencies statewide will be targeting move-over law violators. Now, this is coming up next week, 17th of June through the 19th. Extra law enforcement will be deployed throughout the state looking for drivers in violation of the state's move-over law. That requires you to change lanes or slow down if changing lanes is not possible when you approach a vehicle on the shoulder displaying flashing lights. Vehicles the drivers should move over for include emergency vehicles, tow trucks, commercial trucks, passenger vehicles, anything with flashing lights or even hazard lights illuminated. If you're caught violating the move-over law, you could face a fine of $210 and some change. Penalties can also include suspension of driver's license privileges ranging from 90 days to a year in the event of property damage, bodily injury, or death. This is being held as part of the partnership between the Governor's Traffic Safety Bureau and the Central Iowa Traffic Safety Task Force. Again, 17th through the 19th.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Breaking news from the Middle East.
Israel has launched a preemptive strike on Iran. That's according to Israel's defense minister. The official says a retaliatory strike is expected and a state of emergency has been declared. Air raid sirens are sounding in Tel Aviv, while in Tehran there are reports of explosions. I'm Brian Shook.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the U.S. was not involved in the strikes against Iran. In a statement this evening, Rubio said the top priority is protecting American troops in that region. Rubio's remarks come minutes after Israel began what it's calling a preemptive strike against Iran. The secretary added the U.S. was told by Israel they believed this action was necessary for their nation's self-defense. The strikes in Tehran come as the U.S. was planning to have nuclear talks with Iran this weekend. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, I guess this was part of the deal this past day. It was kind of an internal memo that had gone out to all the Hot Shot Secret staff. Hey, the website and the dealer portal were both down. Yeah, widespread web outages. Yes, internet services outage disrupting operations on countless major websites this past day, including Google, Spotify, Amazon Web Services. About midday Thursday, the outage monitoring service Down Detector reporting widespread service disruptions across commonly used platforms like Snapchat and YouTube. Many social media users reporting difficulty accessing several sites. Some notable web services experiencing disruptions included Spotify, Discord, Google. Services like Google Maps, Amazon Web Services, Cloudflare, Snapchat, YouTube, OpenAI, and it goes on and on. UPS, Shopify, Microsoft Azure, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, DoorDash, Paramount Plus, IKEA, Twitch, Microsoft 365. And there's many more that were on those. Cloudflare, an IT service management company that provides hosting services, initially announced on their website Thursday afternoon that a number of services were suffering intermittent failures They subsequently updated that some services were starting to recover, noting they expect to see intermittent errors across the impacted services as systems handle retired and caches are filled. Google Cloud, that offers cloud computing services for hundreds of products, also provided an update a little before 4 this past afternoon, Eastern Time, saying that engineers had identified the root cause of the issue and they were applying appropriate mitigations. So if you were one of those having issues this past day, that's what it was all about. And again, Hot Shot Secret was one of those. If you were trying to maybe order online or something like that, that's why you couldn't get through. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Okay. Sounds like a snore to me. Eagle dozed off again. Well, good morning, Senor Heatwave.
Oh, good morning, Senor. Well, I'm glad I had my McCulloch turned off, so that's good. Well, let's see here. You asked me about the Albuquerque area having the flyers put out.
Yeah.
I just was talking to my co-driver here before he sacked out, and he said that the flyers were saying it was going to be a peaceful protest. Bring the kids.
Okay.
So I'm going to just be like, Are they going to use the children as cover and use them as shields when they start acting up? I mean, you can't think anything positive about anything these days.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to liberalism.
Well, I know
there's nothing positive.
Many of these, many of these groups that are organizing these, rallies or protests for Saturday are saying peaceful, but there's always going to be the agitators that sneak into the mix, right? And even who was it? They're in Dallas. I mean, the word came out that for the San Antone protest, we know you're planning a peaceful protest. But sadly, the agitators always show up and ruin it pretty much for those who are trying to just peacefully get a message across.
Right.
Yep.
So I'm just waiting to see what kind of carnage is going to happen starting Saturday.
Yeah.
And, of course, we ought to be in Albuquerque by Saturday. So, this ought to be interesting, to say the least. Oh, let's see. Well, what else is going on? Iran and its proxies. They're finding out you don't start with the right hand of God going against his people. The old saying is, you don't start no crap, you ain't going to get no crap. Well, they should have looked into that a little bit harder because they are absolutely receiving everything that these folks deserve. I mean, you don't hear much from Hezbollah. You don't hear much from the Houthis, whatever's left. Hamas, I mean, you don't hear much. I mean, they say something every now and then to let you know they're still there. Like a pimple on a butt. You just got to pop it and wipe it away and go. But, you got to cut the absolute head off the Hydra. If you got to cut 3 of them, cut 3 of them. If you got to cut 4 of those heads off. But this stuff needs to end. And best way to do it, Israel's now got the support of the Arab nations around them, because they're not condemning what Israel has done and doing. So I just hope we can keep them supplied with the munitions they need and the fuel they need so we can get this stuff done. And you knew something was going to happen when they started recalling all the families and personnel from the embassies. So, that was pretty clear. All right, I'll reduce speed. Damn. They got these trucks set at 72. You hit 72 and it starts screaming at you. I don't know if you heard it in the background or not. But, So, anyways. Well, what else is going on? They're still calling these protests peaceful. My God, don't believe what your lying eyes are seeing. Don't believe what your lying ears are hearing. It's pretty hard to not see this, to not hear it. Where do these people get off thinking, that we're that damn stupid? We're sheep. We're going to just go, oh, we didn't see that? Oh, okay. The politicians out there, and I hate to lump them all in the same damn bucket, but I guess we're going to have to, really. They've been in office for so long. And I can understand, wanting to have good relations with other countries whose policies on being in office are going to be there a while, and you want to keep alliances with other countries, and you really can't do that if you're only going to be in for 8 years or 12 years or whatever. I'm sorry, it didn't say when Washington and the bunch was out there writing down on a piece of paper saying, hey, we're going to be independent. The whole concept was to get new blood in the offices, new ideas, fresh ideas, new minds, or whatever you want to call it. I don't like business as usual, especially in politics, but until some serious change can be made, that's exactly what we're going to have, especially with these old fossils that have been in there forever. They get in at 25 or 30, and now they're 90.
Right.
That just says, they become a leech on the taxpayers' teeth, and we don't need to have that. And it was like AOC when she first afford it. Well, I guess you can now with $13+ million in your account. How did you get that on a, $176,000 a year? I don't think she's been there that damn long to make that kind of money. So there's corruption at both ends of the spectrum, I'm sure. Well, let's see what else. Yeah, well, I guess we can blame Biden and Obama for giving money back to the Iranians. No one up there in D.C. really follows, I should say up there in the liberal side of D.C., follows the rules, because it don't apply to those people. It's rules for thee, but not for me. And as the actor in King Arthur in one of the movies, I can't remember the name of it. What was the name of the sword? What was Arthur? I'm trying to think of the name of the movie, and I think it had something to do with the name of the sword.
Excalibur?
That Arthur was given by the Lady of the Lake.
Excalibur?
That's the name of the movie, Excalibur. His wife at the time, Guinevere, was saying, well, why can't you just do it this way? And he says, look, laws are laws for those of both high and low stature. Because if the high don't follow the laws, then they're not laws at all. And he says it has to go for me and for the lowest of the peasants. We all have to follow these laws, these rules. And I'll tell you what, that no truer words have ever been spoken. It has to apply to everybody. So, other than that, has Charlie called in this morning yet?
I have not heard from Charlie. No, sir?
Okay. All right. Just want to check bases with you, because I think he was going to talk about the 4th of July party you're going to have at your homestead there, with the pool being open and maybe a wrestling match or something, and kind of like what we had a couple of years ago at your place.
Yeah, trying to
all of us got
trying to invite himself over for the Summers party. I get you. Everyone thinks there's always an open invitation. Yeah, come on in. Yeah, tear things up. All right, air travel in the Middle East. The attack has rippled through transportation links throughout the region. They tell us the airspace over Iran, Iraq, Jordan, and Israel largely clear of airplanes. Flights to and from the Persian Gulf heavily concentrated across northern Saudi Arabia, according to Flight Radar 24. Emirates Airlines announced on its website it is canceling all flights serving Iran, Iraq, Jordan, and Lebanon. Well, hello, horse feathers. Happy Friday.
Good morning there, Your Honor. Happy Friday the 13th, or casual Friday the 13th. Anyway, whatever it is, still don't mean drive naked. But, so I don't know if it's still going on or what's going on with it, but there was they said they had a crash down there on the Capitol Beltway on the southeast side down around exit 7. And so that's Maryland State Route 5. Looks like you could get to State Route 5, but they said they had all 4 right lanes closed. I was trying to figure out how that works, Your Honor. The road has 4 lanes in each direction, and they said all 4 right lanes are closed.
Okay.
Yeah, when you figure it out, you let me know, all right? But I'm assuming the road's pretty well closed and maybe a shoulder's getting by. But anyways, so if you're proceeding in that way, and it looked like the northbound side, when I looked at the Google map, looked like the northbound side might have a little backup, so I don't know if whatever was going on the southbound side spilled over onto the northbound side, or whether the northbound side was just busy rubbernecking it, whatever. All 4 right lanes being closed on the southbound side. So I don't know what the whole deal is down there, but anyways, so so weather's supposed to be good for today, and then tomorrow, as you said, you got some storms. I guess we're going to have some unsettled atmospheres, so we'll see where that goes. Sunday's supposed to be really more of the rain day, so I don't know if it's going to be off and on rain more, or if it's going to be a continual rain for Sunday. But if somebody was looking for something to do in Washington, if you came up to see the parade and the fireworks on Saturday and you hung out for Sunday, they're actually supposed to, and I don't know if this is weather permitting as well, or rain or shine, or what they're going to do with it, but 100 years ago was the last time a steam engine was pulled by horses in Washington, D.C., and they're supposed to reenact a couple miles of that with down in the southeast side. I can't remember the exact location it starts at. Maybe I'll see if I can email it to you in a little bit and get it posted up or something. But it ends at what they call Lexington Park. And they're supposed to have a little celebration and everything, and a bunch of fire trucks and everything there. And so, but they're gonna recreate the last trip that a steam engine made in the city of Washington, D.C., and have horses pull a steam engine. And I am not sure if the steam engine is operational, so I don't know if it's going to be just being the steam engine itself, or if it can actually be, have pressure built and fire in it. They might throw coal in it, light the coal on fire, and have black smoke coming out the top. So all depends on what the steam engine is capable of doing, because it's kind of hard to find one of those that's less than 100 years old at this point. So there's been some that have been rebuilt since then, but for the most part, most of them are still the way they were when the horses were pulling them back in the day when they were taking them to fires. So
how about that?
So we'll have to see what the story is, and I don't know. I've got half an idea of venturing down, but I don't know what the residual leftovers are going to be from Saturday and everything. So I don't know. Maybe the rain will wash away some of those protesters and stuff, and maybe that'll have an effect on how much protesting they actually want to do out there if it does rain. So we'll see what goes on with that. Other than that, I don't know. We're just kind of coasting along here. We're going to get back. Got a one and done here to get done, so I'm going to probably be done during the loneliest hour, and I plan on going home and taking a nap because I got to get up. Shoot, smooth highways in this state. I'm glad our tax dollars don't go to fixing the highways. Anyways, so the got to get back and get a nap and up there because we're all set to go up and see what we can do to watch a polo game. Actually, there's 2 polo games through the night, so we'll see what we can do with that and see if we can get a few extra dollars for Make-A-Wish there. So tickets are still on sale through that, and of course my donation page is there. So if anybody still wanted to donate right to my donation page there, it's all up there on my Facebook page, or email me or message me or whatever, and we can get whatever you need to you. But when we're on display up there, we're going to look a little sharp with Hot Shot Secret. We got us a couple banners made up there. Kyle was able to get some banners made up for me there, so we're going to have Hot Shot Secret Make-A-Wish banners display during the presentation there. So looking forward to getting the new banners up, and of course we have the Steve Summers Overnight Drive banner there to put right next to it. So everybody will get a good mention up there with that. So we'll see what we can do and get you some pictures, and hopefully if nothing else, this will be the beginning of hopefully a relationship that maybe we can get more. I'm going to try to get more sponsorship, possibly even, kind of like what Hot Shot does there with the matching donations and that. We're going to see if we can work on some of the businesses up in that area, because they're kind of an area that hasn't ever been touched by the truck convoy and the Make-A-Wish people for the convoys. So we're going to see what we can do to venture out in that area and shake some trees and rake up the leaves and see what kind of nuts fall out there, right? But anyways, other than that, I guess we got to wish everybody a happy Casual Friday, and always thinking and praying for Knuckle Buster and Tennessee there, and wish for the best and see what the outcome is there. But anyways, there. So we're thoughts and prayers with them. And other than that, everybody else have a good Friday the 13th and happy Father's Day weekend. And I guess we'll see everybody out there. Hey, I meant to ask, is Eagle getting rested up because he's on his way down to Mexico City there to watch the race? Did he get a load down there?
Headed down for the race? Yeah, you know that's a fact. Yeah, there you go. Eagle, you headed Mexico City for the NASCAR race? And I guess they're all set up and ready to go. Yeah. An atmosphere that will be unlike any other. I'm looking at one of the photographs here from the track there in Mexico City. Yeah, a big stands set up for viewers. Some of the comments. Let's see, the first guy said, "I'll be surprised if there's more than 50 people in those stands." I don't know. It would be cool to see a full crowd. Next guy says, "Why would you think there's only going to be 50 people? I lived in Mexico for 9 years, and believe me, the people are going to show up. I saw the Rolling Stones there a few years ago, and there were like 40,000 people." So I think racing, I said the F1 race is always entertaining, and they get good crowds to show up for that. Mexico City. So we'll see. I guess action gets underway. Hey, it's Friday, right? Yeah, you got the various series that'll be racing here this weekend. All right, a couple minutes before news break here. Incredible story. One sole survivor found in the wreckage of the Air India Boeing 787. that came down literally seconds after takeoff. It was all caught on video. And I don't know if they lost hydraulics or couldn't get the wing flaps to work. Obviously, this is all going to be under an investigation. But it was lifting off, and then it's like the plane it stopped. They couldn't get up and just pretty much came down, belly down, right outside the airport. 242 people aboard the plane, 53 of which were citizens of the United Kingdom. It was actually headed for London. Meanwhile, it is stated the aircraft fully fueled, full load of fuel, right, for a long-haul journey, which contributed to an incredible fireball at the crash location. But something of a miracle. Indian police say one survivor has been found and taken to the hospital. The largest selling English-language newspaper in the world, where they said the city police commissioner told them this one inhabitant was actually found in their seat. It's incredible. There's no news of a total death toll because they know there were many people that were on the ground that were probably killed as well. Last I saw was like 290. All right, let's see. Rolling up on the midnight hour. West Coast, right? Friday coming on, Friday the 13th. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Israel is launching strikes against Iran's nuclear program. The country said in a statement it launched a preemptive offensive against military and nuclear sites inside Iran. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said the operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove the threat. According to Israel's defense minister, the country expects a retaliatory strike with drones and missiles, and a state of emergency has been declared. Sirens are sounding in Tel Aviv. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass is slamming Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem after U.S. Senator Alex Padilla was handcuffed while the secretary was giving a press briefing.
I served with the secretary for probably about 10 years in Congress. And Madam Secretary, I do not recognize you anymore. I do not know Kristi Noem that I served with for 10 years.
Bass questioned how authorities did not recognize one of California's sitting senators when they wrestled him to the ground and restrained him. She went on to criticize Noem, pushing back on her claims that Los Angeles is a war zone. Bass says the protesters are confined to a small area of L.A. and the city has the situation under control. The birthplace of Flamin' Hot Cheetos has closed its doors.
After more than 50 years, Frito-Lay has closed its plant in Rancho Cucamonga, California, and cut hundreds of jobs in the process. The plant became somewhat of a cultural icon for being the place that gave the world Flamin' Hot Cheetos in 1991. The now former employees say they got little or no notice about the plant closing this week, but some say on social media that they were given 10-week severance pay. As for Flamin' Hot Cheetos, Frito-Lay says they will continue to be made at other production facilities. I'm Matt Mattinson.
Stocks closed higher today.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 101. The S&P 500 rose 23. The Nasdaq added 46. I'm Larry Kofsky.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Karen Reed's murder retrial reaches its final stretch in a Massachusetts courtroom.
Reporter Emily Akeda says the defense has rested its case and the prosecution doesn't plan to call any rebuttal witnesses.
Closing arguments will get underway Friday before jurors get the case. It will be the second time Reed's fate is deliberated.
Reed's accused of hitting her Boston cop boyfriend with her SUV and leaving him to die in a snowstorm in 2022. The defense contends Reed's framed by police for the death of John O'Keefe. John Summers, USA Radio News.
As immigration enforcement increases, some Northern California businesses say they are seeing fewer customers.
There's definitely been a decline in sales. We've probably seen a 20% drop over the past 2 weeks.
Nathan Casper, the co-owner of Arujo's Mexican Grill in San Jose, says ICE is making some people avoid places. Casper says he saw a 40% drop in January when ICE was seen in a nearby parking lot. 7 Arkansas families are suing to block a new state law requiring the 10 Commandments to be displayed in all public school classrooms.
A federal lawsuit was filed Wednesday challenging the law, which was signed last April by Republican Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders and will go into effect in August. The complaint was filed by the ACLU and 2 other groups on behalf of families who are Jewish, non-religious, and Unitarian Universalists. One of the plaintiffs said the new law will infringe on the rights of parents and create a religiously coercive school environment. I'm Michael Casson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish. With unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
right, back at it another hour as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Friday. Friday the 13th. All right, I saw a Buckeye boy had posted something about 5 waves of strikes. According to AFP News, the Israeli Air Force has so far now carried out 5 waves of strikes in Iran. Military officials speaking to the Times of Israel, hundreds of strikes have been carried out in total. Of course, they had pointed out earlier striking Iranian nuclear sites, military sites, top military and nuclear officials. All right, looking to chop off the head of the snake, I guess, as they say. Scrapyard, got something going on there. What's happening in Arkansas? Scrapyard.
Yeah, the Bobby Hopper Tunnel, Interstate 49 southbound, got a truck crash there, jackknife and ping-pong back and forth, and split the fuel tanks open. Barely could get through there, but it made the situation even worse because of the rain. That tunnel right there will kill you if you don't respect it going into it. If it's slightest bit of moisture, don't go into it full beans. Don't do it. It will kill you.
Wow.
Okay, on the Iran situation, did you catch that the other day that Iran was doing the implosion tests for thermonuclear weapons, the implosion type bombs? They apparently, put it out on their state media that they were doing them, showing results of the tests. Well, intelligence sources also found out that they had enough fusion material that was enriched uranium, plutonium, and lithium-6 deuteride. That's the portions of the fusion fuel to make a hydrogen bomb.
Mm-hmm.
They had enough to make 17, and with them doing those the implosion experiments, they were less than 3 months away from being able to assemble those weapons. And that's what prompted Israel to step up, prompted them to step up and take action now, because in less than 3 months, they'd have a fully functional hydrogen bomb.
Wow. Well, I guess that explains why they're acting now, because they said that this is in the name of the survival of Israel.
Yeah, because, they're constantly threatening them with death, threatening us and threatening Israel. And, Israel is only the size of the state of New Jersey.
Yeah.
And being surrounded and all that, and all their proxies being in Syria and down in Yemen and other countries, and funding in Lebanon, Hezbollah, and then Hamas in Gaza. Yeah, they were just absolutely surrounded by a ring of fire of enemies. So you really can't blame them for doing what they did, and so it's completely understandable.
All right. Well, anything else going on, Scrapyard? Any big plans for the weekend?
Just trying to rest up and avoid the serious weather. iDrive just posted. Looks like they got that wreck in the tunnel cleared up now, and they just posted it. And this weekend, just trying to avoid the severe weather that they're talking about us getting. Later on in the week, heat indexes are supposed to get, like by Thursday, up to 107 to 109 expected for a heat index. So there's not going to be doing much of anything this weekend except staying home and watching the weather, because it's supposed to get real hairy over the next few days.
Okay. All right, well, enjoy your weekend. Thank you for chiming in. Try to find first, you got to find a way to stay cool, right? And then, watch out for the stronger storms. He's in that zone where we could see some of those stronger storms indeed over the weekend. All right, got us a Friday. See what's going on with Brain Dead. Morning, Brain Dead.
Hey, Steve-O, happy Friday to you. Or, well, it's your Friday. It's more like my Wednesday part one. So, what's your plans for the weekend, bud?
Nothing's changed, really. I don't think we got much on the slate. I'm sure the princess will want to go out to eat. Probably roosters.
See, with it being Father's Day, you should say, hey, let's go to the steakhouse again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get to pick.
But, yeah. No, I heard Knucklebuster, and me and Dingbat, we want to send our thoughts and prayers over to you. And I went through this with my mom with cancer, of course, being over the road. I just want to say, everybody on this show is family. We're all brothers. We're all sisters. Some of us drive trucks. Some of us are retired. Some of us are non-truck drivers. But we're all family. Some of us are dysfunctional, and, well, some of us put the fun in dysfunctional. But we all care about one another as brothers and sisters. So if Knucklebuster wants my number or Dingbat's number, Steve, please give it to him. Because if you're listening, brother, we're only 30 minutes away. And if you need help, we'll be more than happy to come by over there and help you out.
Very good.
So I'm ready for a little racing this weekend, buddy. I've been looking forward to this race, but also, too, a lot of the teams have said that they're looking forward to Pocono next weekend. So I want to see how they're going to run this weekend. I mean, you've got to look at the differences. The major difference is they're going to be about 7,400 feet in elevation. Now, up that high, the air is, and not thin, but you know what I'm saying. It's kind of on the thin side, which makes these engines run a whole lot differently. Everything's going to be totally different. The drivers, are not accustomed to being up that high in altitude. I mean, I don't even think Sonoma is that high. I think maybe Sonoma's 1,000, 2,000 feet. I could be wrong on elevation for Sonoma. But the last time they ever ran this track this high was Pikes Peak. Back, I think it was in the early 2000s, and that was only 5,300 square feet. So it's going to be an interesting race. Now, the other thing, too, is we'll compare this one to Formula One, because Formula One is coming up in October, if I remember right. I could be wrong on that, too. But Formula One's coming in. Now, this is a 2.5-mile, 15-turn road course. I love the road courses. This is going to be interesting. Now, F1 uses a 2.67-mile layout, whereas they run it up to turn 4 corner, eliminating 2 corners. So, but also, too, the Cup Series will have 29 more laps, making it about 50 miles or so longer than Formula One. So, needless to say, and by the way, here's an interesting statistic for you. Do you know how many haulers how many haulers, that's Cup and Xfinity, went down for this race and all the support teams?
I have no clue.
132.
Wow.
Now imagine this being F1, and you have to airplane all of this. How many airplanes do you think it would take to transport not just 132 haulers, tire trucks, fuel trucks? You get the general picture here. So, but I'm going to take for my picks this week. I think Daniel Suarez is the hometown hero. I think he wins this. Also, AJ Allmendinger. Allmendinger is a good road racer too. Carson Hocevar, I think, would be a good young one to win it. But by long shot in this, and this is the key, is Kyle Busch. If this is a race that Kyle Busch can win, he can win this, because if I remember right, he won this same race in 2006 or 2008. But also, too, I know our lovely Hamlin fans sitting out there, Denny Hamlin earlier had a baby boy, so he will not be racing this weekend. How about that, Steve? So, do you want to get a break in and we come back with some baseball stuff?
All right. I did see that there was some airplane issues yesterday. With numerous race teams, like the drivers who were going to be flying down to Mexico City. Not one, but actually two aircraft issues. One was an engine issue right before they were ready to take off, so everybody had to exit the plane. Travel issues trying to get out of Charlotte forced competition officials to alter the schedule for this weekend's events there in Mexico City. Again, two aircraft issues grounded multiple teams back in North Carolina yesterday, delaying their arrival for the first race weekend featuring the Cup Series. Now, the major adjustment will be a delay in the Xfinity Series. It's going to shift from two practices to one 50-minute practice on Saturday. They were supposed to have, two 50-minute sessions today. Let's see, which will split the field into two groups, beginning Saturday at 12:10 Eastern Time. That prep time comes before the Xfinity Series, the Chilango 150, Saturday 4:30 Eastern. Cup Series will hold the Viva Mexico 250 on Sunday, 3 o'clock Eastern Time. They're going to shift their two Friday practice sessions to 4:05 Eastern Time and then 5:30 Eastern today. First session will last 50 minutes, the second going for about 25 minutes. Sunday's schedule for the Cup Series is unchanged. The pair of NASCAR Mexico Series events have also been rescheduled, with the first race now today, Friday at 1:30 Eastern. Then the second tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern Time.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
21 past the hour. A couple of other updates just coming in regards to the Middle East. In the country of Jordan, Jordan's military said they've intercepted a number of missiles and drones that entered the country's airspace Friday morning. Said it had assessed that the missiles and drones were likely to fall in Jordanian territory, including populated areas. Now, that statement from the military did not specify where the drones and missiles had come from. Meanwhile, the Israeli military has begun intercepting the retaliatory wave of drones fired by Iran. According to a military official there, speaking on the condition of anonymity, all right, to comply with protocol, leaders of Israel's major opposition parties, including some bitter critics of Prime Minister Netanyahu, striking notes of unity over the attack on Iran. And I quote, Israel executed a first-rate strategic operation tonight. In this historic hour, we stand united behind the defense establishment, and I want to send strength to the political leadership. That was the words from a guy named Benny Gantz, who's actually a major rival of Benjamin Netanyahu. So they're on the same page there. What do we got going on in baseball?
Yeah. I was going to tell you this. I talked to Dipsy Driver today, Steve.
Yeah.
And he wanted me to relay a message to Rick, our good friend Rick here. I'm trying to remember what it was now. I know it's not pick up the dry cleaning. I know it's not get eggs or milk. Yeah. I remember now. He said to get the crying towel out and have it ready for the games this weekend, because it's going to be a nasty one. So I'm just relaying messages, Rick. I'm just relaying messages that Dipsy Driver told us.
Right.
But anyway, now we're about a month from the All-Star break. We had about 45 days or so to the trade deadline. Now, I sat here, I started thinking about what do teams need to do to make themselves better for the second half of the season. Because there are some players they could trade for, and they could definitely help out their team. So, Steve, I'm going to let you pick which teams do we start with, because you know who has what favorite teams, right?
Okay, as far as trade picks?
Well, no, teams. Okay, well, I'll tell you what. Let's start with the Tigers. Of course, Dipsy Driver's favorite, the Tigers. Sorry, Rick. What they need is a third baseman. Now, it's like I said, if I had the pencil, I would really go look at Alex Bohm for the Phillies, Eduardo Suarez for the Diamondbacks, Keith Bryan for the Pirates, Ryan McMahon for the Rockies, Bo Bichette for the Blue Jays. If I could really have that one guy, that would be Eugenio Suarez. Now, you've got to remember, he started his career with the Tigers in 2014, so it would be good to come back and help end his career. Help start with the World Series. Right now, he's batting a .228 average with a .303 on-base percentage, 18 homers, and 48 RBIs. Now, he is a free agent, so this could really help their lineup go good. And now let's see. Oh, speaking of Rick's Reds here, the Reds are not going to make the playoffs. Now, I said probably not make the playoffs. Now, it's way too early to tell, Rick. I'm sorry, my friend. It's way too early to tell. But if I like I said, hold the pencil, Nick Martinez would be the one that I would be trading off, because this will help boost up their run differential. Now, the Reds have outscored their opponents by 29 runs, but this is not part of a subpar 500 team. The deadline is coming up quickly. 45 days goes by like that, They're 4.5 games out of the wild card. Now, they do have a good, solid crew of the rotations, one of the best rotations in the league with Hunter Green, Andrew Abbott, Nick Lodo, I can't pronounce his name again, Brady Singer, and Martinez as well. But they have $7 million for the final 2 months of the season is Martinez. Now, he's steady enough to invest in the retirement. He's steady enough to keep the investment for reason for another team. Slinger is a free agent at the end of the year. He'll put up 150 innings of average pitching. The bullpen has plenty of options with Emilio Pagan closing, Taylor Rogers, and Brent Suter suitable left-handed options. Now, outfielder Austin Hayes has the best version of himself, and that the offense could really use could write itself in the National League. Now, I should be nervous, but right now, if they can get this done, I would be very nervous. They could get really dangerous. The time is not to panic right now. Let's not panic the buttons. Let's not circle the wagon, so to speak, or get into panic mode. Because we got to remember, if they can get past the trade deadline, August the 1st, if they can get the right good people in, they could make a good run for the playoffs this year. And one more real quick, and then I'm fixing to go the other way. Let's start off with Ramblers Braves here. Now, the Braves started off with not a good season, but they did have Acuna and Strider returned. Plus, Max Fried is definitely what the team needed. Now, I would not consider trading Chris Sale because this combo right here could give the Dodgers a run for their money and possibly the championship. Now, other than trading Ozuna and Anthopoulos, I can't pronounce his name, if they trade him, I would either pick up Batista or Mason Miller. Now, it could be costly as their contracts run through 2028, but if traded, they could fill the void for many years.
Right. Well, at this point, they're 15 games back. 15. Reds are over 500, by the way. They're 35 and 34, but they're 7 games back nonetheless.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Breaking news from the Middle East.
Israel has launched a preemptive strike on Iran. That's according to Israel's defense minister. The official says a retaliatory strike is expected and a state of emergency has been declared. Air raid sirens are sounding in Tel Aviv, while in Tehran there are reports of explosions. I'm Brian Shook.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the U.S. was not involved in the strikes against Iran. In a statement this evening, Rubio said the top priority is protecting American troops in that region. Rubio's remarks come minutes after Israel began what it's calling a preemptive strike against Iran. The secretary added the U.S. was told by Israel they believed this action was necessary for their nation's self-defense. The strikes in Tehran come as the U.S. was planning to have nuclear talks with Iran this weekend. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, hello to Rick. He heard your brain dead. He said we need a strong frontline pitching and a first baseman with some power. Yeah, but who's going to win that division? The Cubbies. Cubs, yep. They're in the lead pretty handily, right? Who's the closest behind them anyway? Yeah, Cubs leading Brewers in second. They're 5.5 games back. Cards are 6 games back. Reds there at 7 games back. Yeah, at least we're not at the bottom of the heap where the Pirates are 14.5 games back. All right, as Congress works toward creating the next highway bill. From our friends at OOIDA and Landline, there will certainly be discussions of whether truckers pay their fair share into the Federal Highway Trust Fund. According to data from the OOIDA Foundation, truck drivers pay nearly 20 times more per mile than the average car owner. It appears our members are easily covering any kind of damage and more in what they're contributing to the highway maintenance. The average passenger vehicle contributes about 2.1 cents per mile in combined federal and state fuel taxes. Meanwhile, the average heavy-duty truck pays 4.1 cents per mile in federal fuel taxes. Now, that amount is nearly double what passenger vehicles pay. It is a fraction of the total amount that truckers pay in federal taxes. Using figures from the OOIDA Foundation, truckers pay an annual average of about $11,651 in federal fuel taxes, $27,560 for federal excise taxes on the tires, trailer, and the truck, another $2,921 for the heavy vehicle use tax, registration, and other fees. You add it all up, OOIDA members contributing $42,132 per year into the Highway Trust Fund. The average passenger vehicle contributes anywhere from $137 to $296 annually. Now, considering that OOIDA members average a little more than 109,000 miles per year, they contribute 38.6 cents per mile. It is worth mentioning these figures do not include the state fuel taxes the truckers pay, as many of those funds are used for state projects that are not related to transportation. It is a significantly higher rate, obviously. You might even say, and there's a good case to be made, that in some ways truckers are subsidizing the use of passenger vehicles on the road. At least one member of Congress is well aware of how much you contribute to the Highway Trust Fund, which is the main funding source for highway and bridge projects. Representative Mike Collins, who owns a trucking company, said during a House subcommittee hearing a few months ago, truckers already pay their fair share. Essentially, charging truckers more is not the best way to generate more revenue for the Highway Trust Fund. He said, if I could take a few minutes and speak from the perspective of a trucker, because I'm in the business, the first thing I'd start out with is just a list of taxes we pay. We pay the IRP tags, which is supposed to be the international registration plan for every truck and every tag every year. Then we've got the federal excise tax, taxes on new purchases, which is based on the purchase price. When I bought my first truck in the early 90s, that was fully loaded and decked out. It was $81,000. Now it's pushing over $200,000 per truck. Trailers, the same way. We pay FET tax on every tire we buy. And by the way, there's 18 tires on an 18-wheeler, and we use a lot of them. We pay fuel tax based on fuel mileage in every state across the country, no matter whether you buy fuel there or not. And the tax rate is based on the tax rate for that state. We also pay the federal highway use tax, which has gone up over the years. We used to pay it based on how many trucks you had over the past year. Now you pay it up front on how many trucks you have today in one lump sum. There is no refund if you wreck or sell a truck. That's what we have to pay to stay on the road. All right, interesting numbers there. Let's see what's going on with Carl on a Friday. How we doing, Carl?
Good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Just doing a drop and hook down here in Alabama this morning. And just wanted to call in and talk about the Iran situation there, but heard lackluster and felt like saying that I want to give my condolences there on that and all the things that he's going through right now. I'm sure it's a big tough deal there for him, and just wanted to let him know that thoughts and prayers are going his way. And just wanted to say about the Iran deal there, I've got to say I'm happy what Israel is doing there because it's time, it's way past time actually, that somebody gruesome gonads to go and do what needs to be done. You know, this country here, Iran, has been messing with people for the longest time. Since 1979, we know of. They took our hostages, our people, in the embassy over there, and they were responsible for that. And they really just have been a nuisance, more than a nuisance. They've been causing a lot of problems. And then they get Biden and Obama to give them billions of dollars to develop a nuclear program to what they want to do is to blow Israel off the map. Okay? So we can't have that. All right? We just can't have it. Not in this world that we live in. We've got to prove to them that we're not going to be able to take that. That's just not right at all. And if Trump needs to help, you know, Israel, then that's what he should do. He should do. They need help in any way to do this. I mean, every single military base in Iran needs to be blown up, and get down deep into the bunkers. However we need to do it, if it needs to be done with nuclear power, let's do it. Now's the time. It's past time. It's past time. If there was ever a time to do something like that, it's now. And they just need to know that that's what we're going to do. And we've got people over here right now that are thinking about doing damage to this country from Iran. Their people are here, and they're probably doing some kind of plans. And yeah, this weekend is a big weekend. And as far as protesting goes, there could be a serious thing to happen here.
Yeah.
You know, as far as all this business goes. And we've got to be ready for that and prepared for that. And I'm sure we are. But, you know, when you've got Democrat senators like this one yesterday, that came into Kristi Noem's, she was doing some sort of an interview or something there, talking about some things, and then he comes in and acts like that he's got to do a major scene there, and just basically caused a disturbance there right in front of everybody. Is very loud, and he was over talking her, and he just couldn't shut up, and he just kept on talking about his thing when he could have called for an appointment with her, just like the congresswoman out there at the jail, you know, that got caught shoving the ICE officers and all that. They want to cause their big thing, and then they act like they don't want to be arrested. Like, what are you doing arresting me for? You know, I mean, what did I do? And you catch them on camera doing their thing, and it's really serious what they're doing. They're just causing a big old temper tantrum, like a big kid or something, you know. And they could have called for an appointment to do this, as a normal human being would, and to handle this the appropriate way. You know, if they want to have an audience with somebody, then they need to get their appointment, you know, just like everybody does. But they just don't want to do it that way. They want to encourage all of the activity of the protesting out here. See, they've called for this. They have actually called for this. They have been calling for this. Hakeem Jeffries has been calling for this. He's been saying it in his speech, in his speaking. He's been saying, okay, yeah, you'll see what's going to happen if we don't get what we want out of this bill, and if we don't get this bill this big beautiful bill put underneath and into the trash. If we don't get this bill put into the trash, and this, that, and the other, you'll see what's going to happen. They're calling for violence and things of that nature. That's what they want to do, and they cannot live with Trump. They're just amazed that he's president, actually, and I'm glad he's president. I'm not amazed that he's president. I'm glad he's president. But, they just ought to improve their attitude is what they really do need to do. But they won't. And they're just the same as Iran and any other. And Russia is the same. Okay, they just want to do what they want to do. And that's the way they're going to do it. Thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right. Yeah, I guess China is responding. What's China have to say? A spokesman for China's foreign ministry says this morning Beijing is deeply concerned about Israel's strike on Iran and opposed the violating of Iran's sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity, calling on all parties to avoid escalating tensions, and said China would play a constructive role in promoting the easing of the situation. I don't think anybody's listening to China, but 844-844-3388.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, good morning to the 3 fat truckers. Who says it's finally about time Israel struck back. They thought it was going to happen over the weekend. Yeah, surprise, surprise, on a Friday morning. David, the inbred redneck. What's going on?
Oh, nothing much, buddy. I just wanted to share my knowledge with the whole world. You know me. Buddy, did I hear it right that you was going to have a wrestling match at your house?
I don't know anything about that. Is it what, like Jello wrestling or what?
I don't know, buddy, but I will tell anybody out there, man or woman, either one, I prefer wrestling women, though. I will tell you that. I've got a special yellow G-string and a couple bottles of baby oil. I'm ready to go. Big or small, bring them on. I don't care, buddy. I'll be the main event. But anyway, buddy, I got to thinking today. I said, you know, how can a person become rich? And I think I figured out a good and easy way, and it's going to take some time, and it ain't guaranteed, but about as sure as I'm alive, I believe it will happen, buddy. You know, they stopped making a penny. You heard about all that, didn't you?
Yeah. I mean, it's what's the use, right? It cost us like 3 cents to make a penny.
Well, yeah. I mean, right now, if a man, you know, wanted to go out and get him like $333,000 worth of pennies, technically he'd be a millionaire. Now what?
All right.
Yeah. So, I mean, just the simple way of right now, today, you can be a millionaire for a third of the price. Now, I'm giving all this stuff away. You know, you're not going to hear this anywhere else.
Okay.
But, you know, the coins from before 1982 or, 1982 and before, they're made out of copper, buddy. It's like 80 or 90% copper.
Mm-hmm.
But my thinking was, you know, back in 64, they stopped making quarters with silver.
Yes.
You know?
Yep.
I think they was making them with like 90% silver, and you know, at the time in 1965, everybody just thought, well, it'll be worth a quarter. You know, not a lot of people thought about it. A little bit later on, people started thinking about it. Well, it's going to be the same way with pennies. I mean, just think about it. With inflation and everything else, sooner or later, if you got a 1982 penny or before, that penny is going to be worth $1. And my proof of that is you just look at the silver coins. You know, they went from like 25 cents up to $7. Some of them are, you know. So I mean, I think it's pretty easy. So everybody save your pennies. 1982 and before. I mean, even the new ones will be worth something. Who knows? But you know, God knows they pushed that Pro Football Hall of Fame. It's a sad world when you got to start stacking up pennies to become a millionaire, ain't it, Steve?
Yes, it is.
But I think it'll work. It may not happen in mine in your lifetime, but somebody young out there listening, it may work out for them. And God knows, you know, 5, 6, 7 years, it may change. But, yeah, a bunch of crazy stuff happening. You know, all that stuff over in the Middle East and all that. Well, earlier in the week, Iran was threatening to blow up U.S. military base, you know. I think I even heard you talk about it, Steve.
That is correct.
So, I mean, if they got anything to complain about, they shouldn't be poking the tiger, sticking your toe in the fire, or however you want to put it, you know. But yeah, you heard about that guy over in India, didn't you, buddy? He was in that plane wreck and all that.
Yeah, sole survivor. How about that?
Well, you know, I read somewhere on the internet today that guy ended up jumping out of that plane while it was still flying. Now, I don't know how high up he was or whatever, or how high the plane was, but...
Now, the story I saw...
Yeah, it could have been pretty low.
The story I saw said he was still in his seat.
Oh. Well, it is the internet, Steve. You know,
you
you
gotta,
hear all kinds of crazy stuff.
You believe everything you see on the internet. Yeah, it's... I guess he was just in the exact correct location. He did suffer some injuries, some blunt force trauma to the chest and whatnot, but it is a miraculous story. There's obviously he was toward the very back of the plane because that there was portions of the tail that were intact. Hard to believe.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Israel is launching strikes against Iran's nuclear program. The country said in a statement it launched a preemptive offensive against military and nuclear sites inside Iran. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said the operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove the threat. According to Israel's defense minister, the country expects a retaliatory strike with drones and missiles, and a state of emergency has been declared. Sirens are sounding in Tel Aviv. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass is slamming Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem after U.S. Senator Alex Padilla was handcuffed while the secretary was giving a press briefing.
I served with the secretary for probably about 10 years in Congress. And Madam Secretary, I do not recognize you anymore. I do not know Kristi Noem that I served with for 10 years.
Bass questioned how authorities did not recognize one of California's sitting senators when they wrestled him to the ground and restrained him. She went on to criticize Noem, pushing back on her claims that Los Angeles is a war zone. Bass says the protesters are confined to a small area of L.A. and the city has the situation under control. The birthplace of Flamin' Hot Cheetos has closed its doors.
After more than 50 years, Frito-Lay has closed its plant in Rancho Cucamonga, California, and cut hundreds of jobs in the process. The plant became somewhat of a cultural icon for being the place that gave the world Flamin' Hot Cheetos in 1991. The now former employees say they got little or no notice about the plant closing this week, but some say on social media that they were given 10-week severance pay. As for Flamin' Hot Cheetos, Frito-Lay says they will continue to be made at other production facilities. I'm at Mattinson.
Stocks closed higher today.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 101. The S&P 500 rose 23. The Nasdaq added 46. I'm Larry Kofsky.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo code.
Word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com, at 100radioshows.com.
Karen Reed's murder retrial reaches its final stretch in a Massachusetts courtroom.
Reporter Emily Akeda says the defense has rested its case and the prosecution doesn't plan to call any rebuttal witnesses.
Closing arguments will get underway Friday before jurors get the case. It will be the second time Reed's fate is deliberated.
Reed's accused of hitting her Boston Cop boyfriend with her SUV and leaving him to die in a snowstorm in 2022. The defense contends Reed's framed by police for the death of John O'Keefe. John Summers, USA Radio News.
As immigration enforcement increases, some Northern California businesses say they are seeing fewer customers.
There's definitely been a decline in sales. We've probably seen a 20% drop over the past 2 weeks.
Nathan Casper, the co-owner of Arujo's Mexican Grill in San Jose, says ICE is making some people avoid places. Casper says he saw a 40% drop in January when ICE was seen in a nearby parking lot. 7 Arkansas families are suing to block a new state law requiring the 10 Commandments to be displayed in all public school classrooms.
A federal lawsuit was filed Wednesday challenging the law, which was signed last April by Republican Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders and will go into effect in August. The complaint was filed by the ACLU and 2 other groups on behalf of families who are Jewish, non-religious, and Unitarian Universalists. One of the plaintiffs said the new law will infringe on the rights of parents and create a religiously coercive school environment. I'm Michael Casson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Alrighty, here we go. Final hour on a Friday the 13th. Good to have you on board. Yeah, Brain Dead mentioned that the Cincinnati Reds not going to make the playoffs. If they were to do so, they would, yes, very greatly have to defy the odds. Yeah, we're 69 games into the season. They got a record of 35 wins, 34 losses, and a 13% chance to make the postseason. That's an 87% odds they won't make the postseason. Like I said, they really have to defy the odds. I don't know, in the world of sports, nothing is impossible. Could the Cubs go into a slump? Could the Reds go on a winning streak? Meanwhile, in the state of Florida, unlike other states, many other states, not all, Governor Ron DeSantis pretty much laid down the law. They've been doing all week long as they anticipate they will see some protests tomorrow, Saturday, with these anti-ICE protests that are slated all over the country. But kind of assuring drivers in the state, you've got the right to hit protesters if they're trying to block the road and you're trying to get to safety. Floridians have a right to defend themselves. Being interviewed on the Rubin Report, DeSantis and Dave Rubin were discussing the riots in L.A. and the prospect of their cropping up in Florida. And we also have a policy if you're driving on one of those streets and a mob comes and surrounds your vehicle and threatens you, you have a right to flee for your safety. And if you drive off and you hit one of those people, that's their fault for impinging on you. You don't have to just sit there and be a sitting duck and let the mob grab you out of your car and drag you through the streets. You have a right to defend yourself in Florida. Now, he used the L.A. riots and the response to them by Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass to illustrate the difference between the states. DeSantis offered to send the Florida State Guard to help California, but that offer was declined. Protests of ICE arrests on Saturday gave way to rioting in L.A., which DeSantis says that's not going to fly in Florida. This is not L.A. This is the free state of Florida. We respect the law. We respect the people that are executing the law. As for the No Kings protest against Trump's policies that are expected this weekend, DeSantis said he has state resources on alert. We'll see what they do in Florida. People can always choose to do the wrong thing, but the difference is in Florida, you ain't going to just get a slap on the wrist like you do in Portland. You go right back on the street. You're going to end up on the inside of a jail cell, and you will be held accountable. Well, there you go. All right, are we awake, Eagle? Good morning.
Yeah, I'm awake this time. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, Eagle. Happy Friday.
Hello?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, yeah, I'm wide awake right now, but I'm going back to sleep after I hang up with you. Yeah, I got a lot of driving to do, trying to get back to Texas before Sunday or either Monday. I don't know if I'm going to make it, but we'll see what happens. But hopefully I don't get caught up in none of these disturbances with these protests or whatever you want to call them. I drive to some major cities to get back to Texas, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm not worried about it. A couple of things that I wanted to say, Steve, about this. I don't waste my time. I'm not going to even wait to get into the Israel and Iraq thing because, as far as I'm concerned, until they put their hands on the United States, which is Iraq, it's none of my business as far as I'm concerned. I let Israel do their thing, and the man, he keeps threatening to do something to the U.S. If he's dumb enough to make that move, then he deserves everything he get the way I see it. So like I said, he ain't made no move on the U.S. so far. So I could care less what happens to either one of them. To be honest with you. Now let's talk about this situation with the protests. No, that's not what I want to talk. I want to talk to you about this loser, this senator from California. That's what the hell I want to talk about. This phony baloney guy who faked, he went to that meeting today looking for trouble, to try to make Donald Trump and his people look like the bad guy, like they're over aggressive with people. Well, see, first of all, the first mistake that guy made was going to the deal without having the proper clothes on. If you're a senator, he should have most of the time dressed in a suit and tie. They have look professional. This guy had on street clothes. And, they had the nerves. What they said, they should have known who this guy. How the hell are they supposed to know who this guy is? And he got street clothes on, Secret Service people, and this guy is trying to barge his way into the room and force his way. He could be anybody. I don't know who the hell this guy is. And then he had the nerve to lie and say that he wasn't being aggressive with the police. He was still pushing his way with. If you look at the video, right, he was trying to get loose from he wasn't cooperating with the police like they say he was. And if that would have been you, Steve, they would have done you the same way. And if that would have been me trying to get in that room, they would have put me down on the ground and put me in handcuffs the same way they did that guy. But naturally, he's trying to say that they did it to him because he was Hispanic. He was a Spanish man. No, that's not why they did it. They did it because he was being aggressive, and he shouldn't have been. He shouldn't have been trying to act that way. He professional. If he's a senator that represents the U.S., he should have conducted himself in a better manner to begin with. And I think it was all set up and staged to make Trump look like he's over aggressive with people, the people that work with for Trump. But like I say, people, you get treated the way you act, Steve. Now, as far as the protests go this weekend, Trump and Bondi, Pam Bondi, and other people, and the woman that was talking today, I keep forgetting her name, the one that was talking, they made it real clear about how people are to conduct themselves at these rallies over the weekend. You can do your thing. You can walk down the street. You can march. You can shout. You can scream. But as far when you start blocking interstate highways, when you start throwing bricks at police officers, when you start setting police cars on fire, see, I got a zero tolerance. The minute they do that, Steve, you going in handcuffs and you going downtown, and we gonna process you. And we're gonna put a felony on your record. We're gonna stick it to you because that's not what a protest is all about. And they made that real clear. And the guy, especially the guy out there in Los Angeles, that was talking today. I listened to him on the radio. I like the way this guy talks because he's no tolerance. And he's saying that we got you on camera for all those people out there, Steve. That's probably all over. They got cameras everywhere for all those people out there that want to do something bad this weekend. And you think to yourself, well, I got away with it. I'm still on the street on Sunday night, Monday morning. You better keep a real close eye because you might be getting a knock on your door in the next couple of weeks because they're going to be reviewing all the films of all these cameras all around the USA. And they're gonna be. So if you're gonna do something, my advice to you, at least be smart enough to put a mask on your face so they can't see you. So if you dumb enough to commit a crime and don't have a mask on your face, then you deserve it. You deserve to have the FBI or somebody come to your house and pick you up because they just show you how stupid you are to do something like that. So like I said, Steve, we'll see. If my advice to people is to stay out of the roads because they've already talked about what situation that happened at New Orleans on the first of the year. Don't be standing in the middle of the road because they've been talking. I heard guys talking about these drive-by runovers where guys just take a truck or a car and just drive through a crowd of people. That's the last thing if I was going to be at a protest, that's the last thing I'd be was standing in the middle of the damn road and somebody rolled through there in a car or vehicle. So we'll see what happens this weekend, Steve. It's going to be a wild weekend, I think. Hopefully everything goes smoothly and nobody gets hurt in the process because they're basically protesting for nothing as far as I'm concerned because the people they've already broken the law, the crimes have already committed, and like the woman said today, Steve, they have gave these people the opportunity. As a matter of fact, let me tell you what she said right quick. She told these people, Steve, that if you go ahead and voluntarily leave the U.S., voluntarily, they'll give you $1,000. They'll give you an airplane ticket back to El Salvador, Honduras, and then you can try to come back in the U.S. the right way, and the U.S. will try to allow that. But she said this, Steve, that if they have to come to your workplace, construction site, a meat packing facility, and they arrest you, you will be placed on a list where you will never, ever be allowed to enter the U.S. again legally. So these people have an opportunity right now to do the right thing, Steve, to go back home, and then try to come back into the U.S. the right way, and then they can come back and get a job and take care of their family. But if they choose not to do that, they will be placed on a list, and they'll never be allowed to enter the U.S. again.
Right.
So it's up to the people at this point. And I thank you for taking my call.
That's 100% correct. Yeah, you ain't coming back. Well, speaking of workplace enforcement, Tom Homan this past day said we're just getting started. Saying that they're about to massively expand these enforcement efforts in the workplaces around the country. Of course, they were initially targeting illegals with a criminal record, the worst of the worst. 75% of arrests made by Immigration and Customs Enforcement in the first 100 days of Trump's second term, aimed at migrants with criminal convictions or charges. The administration indicating several times that no one in the country illegally is off the table, though. Worksite enforcement operations are going to massively expand, according to Homan. Now, that statement amid several worksite enforcement operations conducted by ICE this past week, including one on Tuesday at a meatpacking plant in Omaha, that led to the detention of more than 70 illegal immigrants, many with criminal records. ICE said it was the largest worksite enforcement operation in Nebraska in Trump's second term. Also, Tuesday, ICE arresting 12 illegals in targeted worksite enforcement operations. Monday in Harlingen, Texas, and San Benito, Texas. The people arrested are citizens of Mexico and El Salvador. Wednesday, ICE conducting workforce enforcement operations at 9 illicit massage businesses in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, based on state criminal search warrants for prostitution and pandering. ICE said 10 Chinese nationals, all female, were detained. Under federal law, employers are required to verify the identity and employment eligibility of all individuals they hire and document that information on a federal employment eligibility form. Yeah, we know that is not happening. Grump clearly pointed out last evening, how many years has it been that we've had the legislation available to be passed, the E-Verify system. It's in existence, but it's never been codified and made mandatory. He said Congress has to put E-Verify in a bill. It has to be passed in both houses and signed into law. That would be forcing all these companies and corporations looking for the cheap labor to hire only people eligible to work in the country.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Very interesting details coming in as to 24 hours ago, we were sitting here discussing the fact that U.S. officials were actually removing non-essential personnel from numerous embassies and throughout the Middle East, which pretty much told us something's coming down the pike. Something's about to happen, right? How was Iran caught so asleep at the wheel? Which leads us to Israel deliberately labeled Thursday night's Security Cabinet meeting as a discussion on hostage negotiations to lull Tehran and greenlight the pre-dawn strike inside Iran. According to a senior Israeli source via the Jerusalem Post this morning, according to the official, ministers were briefed in advance that the agenda would focus on the stalled talks for the release of Israelis held in Gaza. The aim was to put Iran to sleep. Once inside the secure forum, the cabinet unanimously approved the military operation, and every minister signed a strict non-disclosure agreement known as a Shomer Sod, or Guardian of the Secret document. Only a handful of officials, including Prime Minister Netanyahu, Strategic Affairs Minister Ron Dermer, the Mossad Director, David Barnea, and senior defense officials, or chiefs, were read into the full plan But in the days leading up to the strike, the prime minister's office had orchestrated a series of false signals. A vacation ruse. Netanyahu's aides had briefed reporters that he was planning a family holiday in Galilee and would be attending his son's wedding next Tuesday, reinforcing the impression that no military action was imminent. The Washington decoy, the PMO, the Prime Minister's office, issued a statement claiming that Dermer and Barnia were going to be flying to Washington today, Friday, to meet with U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff for a sixth round of Iran-U.S. nuclear talks in Oman, talks that do not exist. Both of them remained in Israel. And for the first time, Netanyahu's office declined to deny fabricated quotes describing a dispute between the prime minister and the former U.S. President Donald Trump over a potential strike, creating the sense that there was a bit of a diplomatic rift between us and them, further lowering Iran's alert levels. That deception campaign unfolded against a backdrop of domestic political drama over the IDF draft law, speculation that the coalition might collapse. It was the perfect smokescreen, they say, adding that U.S. officials were fully briefed despite the public theatrics. Channel 12 journalist Amit Sigal noted on X that Trump had publicly given Iran 60 days to reach a deal. That 60 days started on April the 12th. Today is day 61, he wrote, hinting that the deadline actually factored into Jerusalem's timing. Israeli defense officials believe the element of surprise maximized the operation's impact and may actually buy Israel some critical time as Iran edges closer to nuclear breakout capabilities. How about that? The element of surprise. So, false reporting, false news. All right. Hello to Steve in Columbus, who says, good morning, Steve Summers, all the listeners. It's the best day of the week. Yes, sir. Looking forward to a couple days off. My back's been in bad shape this week, so some time spent with a heating pad and some rest is in store. But the coffee's hot, pickup's packed, time to head into town, see what we can get into. Everybody enjoy their day. And real quick, happy casual Friday, the 13th. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Starting out at 64, warming to 76 today, but 75% chance of rain in Fort Wayne. Going up to 74 in Sterling Heights, Michigan. Big shout out to the Knucklebuster. Roll on. And everyone have a great Father's Day weekend. Okay, there you go. Semper Fi from Truckin' Phil. Back at it on a Friday morning after the news update, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Breaking news from the Middle East.
Israel has launched a preemptive strike on Iran. That's according to Israel's defense minister. The official says a retaliatory strike is expected and a state of emergency has been declared. Air raid sirens are sounding in Tel Aviv, while in Tehran there are reports of explosions. I'm Brian Shook.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the U.S. was not involved in the strikes against Iran. In a statement this evening, Rubio said the top priority is protecting American troops in that region. Rubio's remarks come minutes after Israel began what it's calling a preemptive strike against Iran. The secretary added the U.S. was told by Israel they believed this action was necessary for their nation's self-defense. The strikes in Tehran come as the U.S. was planning to have nuclear talks with Iran this weekend. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. And back to the phones. Good morning, Charlie.
Good morning, Steve and fellow listeners. Yes, this is the unofficial Charlie Ferguson impersonator of the Overnight Drive. The man who aspires to one day be considered the Rich Little of the Overnight Drive. Anyway, I have my best friend, the Right Wingnut, on the line with me. And I'd like to make a special...
The Right Wingnut.
I'd like to make a special announcement. Yep, the Right Wingnut. Yep. we would like to make a special announcement here at GMA and BS Enterprises. Our heartfelt prayers and thoughts are going out to Knucklebuster and his wonderful bride, Tennessee. If anything we can do over here at GMA and BS Enterprises, let us know. We will do whatever we can to help you in your time of need. Yes, we are sorry to hear of what's going on. But I'm going to have to go on to a lighter note. Now, Steve, we need you to do some things to prepare for the party. We need you to drain the pool down till there's about 1.5 foot of water in it.
Mm-hmm.
And pick up about 3,000 boxes of Jell-O.
Uh-huh.
Now, we've got the female wrestler to go against the inbred redneck. We're going to bring Bambi Dovetail, our own champion mud wrestler. I'm sure she can do Jell-O wrestling, too. Also, we're going to send you some leaflets and flyers to put up around your neighborhood because we're going to need you to close the street there in front of your house for the bonfire.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Pappy, we need you to bring over some barricades so we can close the street. We're going to have a bonfire there in the middle of the street, and everybody needs to bring a watermelon. Because we're going to have a watermelon roast at midnight. Now, that way we can go like we did years ago. We're going to put all the watermelons in the fire about midnight, and after they get to spewing for about 20, 25 minutes, they'll explode. Everybody grab a partner, run off, and get them a piece. Now, you can give some people some explanation on how to find their watermelon, I'm sure. We've just talked about this. I know Rainey has a wonderful idea to find your watermelons. Can you help me with this there, right, or you've been hitting too much cough medicine?
Yes, I'll help you about that. Yeah, everyone who gets a watermelon, grab yourself a watermelon light. That way we can find those things whenever it gets dark and we get the fire going. That way you know which one was yours. Oh, yes.
A watermelon
hey,
light.
Steve got a question for you.
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Get them from Rainey's. Rainey's has got them in stock.
Watermelon lights. Watermelon lights, yes.
Yes. Got a question for you. Why are we celebrating grass and straw this Friday? Or Sunday.
It's Father's
Everyone's
Day.
calling it Father's Day.
Father's Day.
Fathers.
You keep saying fathers, like cannon fodder. We've been trying to figure that one out.
Oh, like Daddy Day. Okay.
Correct. Daddy
Day.
Daddy Day.
I thought you were talking about the grass
maybe
we put in the stalls. Yeah.
Maybe we need to let up on the cough syrup a little bit.
Hey,
by the way, don't worry. I'm thinking, don't worry, Steve. We'll bring plenty to eat. I will be bringing the possum bologna sandwiches.
Oh, boy.
We'll have the pig's knuckles and pig's feet. And there'll be plenty of old German beer and of course, the wonderful cough medicine to be $19.95 a jar. Now, if you want 2 of these jars, they're $49.95. Yes, as always, folks, that's an over $10 value. So don't worry, we'll have plenty of cases in the back of the bus for everybody. Yeah.
Hey,
you
got
have
a question for you, Steve. There, hang on just a second there. I'd like to do that Jell-O wrestling with the women. Skins versus shirts. Now I'll be wearing a shirt, so I want to see some skin out there.
Skins
so
versus
anyway,
shirts.
that's my 2 bits worth.
All right,
Anybody got a good cigar?
What's the Bambi? A quick question for the inbred redneck's sake. What does Bambi Dovetail weigh in at? He likes them big-legged women.
Oh, yeah, she weighs about 400 pounds.
Oh,
so
okay.
Yep. And the problem is, I'm hoping Heatwave don't get too jealous because, him and her had a thing going there a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
I don't think we want to. I don't think we want her up on the high dive. Like we had nailed to your roof.
No, not into 1 foot of Jell-O. No, that would be bad. All right, redneck, that's right up your alley, brother. About a 400-pounder. How's that sound? Mm-hmm. What's up, plowboy?
Good grief! I had to follow that bus.
I'm sorry. We were looking for a more intelligent caller. I just.
But by the way, intelligence. Okay, 400 pounds. That high dive.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't gonna support that weight. It's gonna be crash and bam and boom and gone. Okay. Now I've been pro-Trump all my life. I've been pro-Tom Homan all my life. I've been pro-Christian Noem all my life. Tonight you just twist my ways.
Oh yeah.
You got me so damn mad I can't stand it. Now they're going to start hitting my Chinese massage parlors?
Yes.
How dare they?
Sorry about that.
Little 4'5" walking on my back. Oh my God, that feels so good.
Wow, that was a you like happy ending?
No.
You like happy ending?
I mean, but no, I knew. I've seen them start. Honestly, they've been hit in the past before this was ever even created
right,
or even brought up. This ain't the first. Now, Eagle, I agree 99.9% of the time. But this one, we've got to stand together. We've got to stand up against Iran with Israel. Because I'm sorry, my friend, if it was not for Israel, that Middle East would be a one molten volcano over there 24/7. And I'm sorry, between them and Jordan, we need to get a place to be able to land. We need a refueling site. We need anything could go array anywhere over there. But I'm sorry. With what he said, we are a Judeo-Christian nation. I'm sorry, Steve, if I upset the apple cart, but I just can't see standing any other but behind Israel. Because, Steve, we've already, it's damn it, pardon me, I shouldn't have said it when prefacing this. It's biblical. If we don't stand for Israel, he'll turn our back against us. We don't need that to happen any more than it is. But one real quick thought. What happened over in, I can't pronounce that double name, over in India with that plane crash?
Yes, right.
Did it not damn near happen up here? It could have happened up here in Logan, couldn't it? Up here in Boston this morning, too? Did they not have a JetBlue that kind of went off the the runway?
I didn't catch anything out of I didn't catch anything out of Logan this past day.
Yeah, one. I guess he didn't stop taxiing and went off the blasted runway. I don't know. There's just something. I don't know whether it's our equipment. And I think that is a 787 that crashed over in India, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now this one, I don't know whether you caught this one, but I look at quite a bit of different stuff across the world occasionally. Now they had an airplane flight. I think it was a 787-something that was going over to Italy, somewhere over there, and they had to route it to another airport just because they claimed the airport was not big. Their runway was not big enough for that 787.
They were trying to bring a plane into an airport that didn't have a lengthy enough runway to actually land on. That's a big no-no. You got to have the room to get that baby woed down. Latest update. Residents of Tehran weathering a night of terror and shock, reeling from explosions across the Iranian capital, from the news that senior military commanders and top security, nuclear, and military bases had been attacked by Israeli fighter jets, long lines forming at gas stations and grocery stores. filling up as Iranians prepare for uncertain times. As of Friday morning, the government had not given a complete tally of casualties, and only that a number of civilians had been killed, including children, dozens injured. Strikes targeting Natanz, the major nuclear facility, a Parchin military base, at least a dozen military bases, missile depots, nuclear and military research centers in multiple cities across the country were hit. Israel also struck residential buildings in densely populated neighborhoods of Tehran in the affluent middle-class and working-class neighborhoods, according to witnesses, videos, photos, and Iranian state media. Iranian officials had dismissed the warning signs that Israel was planning to strike nuclear sites as propaganda and media frenzy aimed at pressuring them into concessions in talks with the U.S. The government now advising people to stay calm. There's no sign of any measures to provide shelter and no guidance to the public on safety if more attacks are to come. One resident who lives in that affluent neighborhood said she and her husband and children were startled awake by an extremely loud boom, followed by another, then another. Only when she checked her phone to see whether it was a thunderstorm did they learn they were under attack. Huddled with her children away from the windows across the city, another standing on the roof near the lake said he could see the jets approaching a military base, then a large fire and smoke billowing. Sarah, a 52-year-old mother of two in Tehran, said it was a very scary night, waking up to the house shaking from explosions, and it hasn't stopped. When the dawn broke, the attacks had not stopped, but residents and local journalists are in the streets taking stock of the damage. State television reporters doing live broadcasts from targeted neighborhoods. Some apartment buildings shown half standing, and in one instance, an entire floor was blown out. In another, the roof of several buildings had pancaked and debris, shredded glass, mangled metal covered the streets. Some are calling for revenge at a mosque in the city of Qom. A crowd of government supporters gathering Friday chanting, "Death to Israel! Death to America!" The attack on the Natanz nuclear site closing down a major highway connecting Tehran to Isfahan. Those are about 200 miles apart. Some Iranians fear they are heading into an all-out war, and with air defenses taken out and military commanders killed, wondering how their country might be able to sustain a prolonged conflict, which I don't know that they could, and that's the whole idea behind it.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All right, headed down the home stretch here. Welcome back, Knuckle Duster.
Thanks again for taking me back there, Mr. T. Summer. 7-5 shout out Truck and Field there, and Captain Ron, and all my other Marine Corps friends. Well, I knew that Heat Wave's name would have to be mentioned in that conversation at some point there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I'm glad he woke Eagle up there, because I was glad to see him finally get his legs up underneath him there. He was bouncing all over the wall on what topic he wanted to talk about there, right?
Right. Can't remember.
A mess.
Couldn't remember.
Yep. How'd you and your wife meet?
At school.
At school?
Uh-huh.
High school?
College? I was a junior in I was in high school. I might have been in my first semester of college. But she had come up to Cincinnati. Okay. She came up to Cincinnati here, and it was a Christian college. And that's okay. Where we met at.
Okay. Oh, okay. Well, that's awesome. Well, Tennessee and I met at college also. It was first day of school there in 1980. So I'm standing there on the wall waiting for the 8 o'clock class to get out so I could walk in for the 9 o'clock class. It's about 8:45 in the morning. I see this good-looking baby doll walk in the door down there.
Yeah.
See, she walked right in front of me, turned, and walked right into that 8 o'clock class that was already meeting. They was almost over. When she realized her mistake, she turned right around, came over to me, looked me dead in the face, said, "Don't you ever let me do that again." And I haven't.
Right?
No, not one time.
Uh-huh.
Yep. So, well, I sent you a YouTube video, Neil Diamond, The Story of My Life.
Yes.
It's about a 3.5 minute video. If you can play it, good. If not, I understand. I was gonna I needed a good boo-hoo tonight. So I appreciate for your time, and thanks to all those for the prayers and love sent my way and Tennessee's way there. Have yourself a great weekend, Steve.
Knucklebuster gets safely back to the home 20, and of course, I think he's probably going to be out for a few days, expectedly. Morning, Brother Rambler.
Well, praise God, Steve, and Knucklebuster. I love you, brother. And what's going to be done is going to be done. We're praying for you and your family. We know God is a God of miracles, and you know, we know that God is in control no matter what happens. So we love you. We're praying for you. And it's okay to cry. That's a beautiful love story.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Steve, this weekend is Father's Day, and there's a lot of people that still have their dad. If you have your dad, make sure you call him or text him, FaceTime him, whatever. If you have a problem with your dad and you don't want to talk to him, remember it was because of him and your mother procreating is the reason why you're here and the reason why you have a family. So try and make it right. If your dad has gone on to heaven and he left this world and y'all didn't make up, that's all right. Go to the Lord in prayer and say, Lord, tell my dad that I love him and tell my dad that I got my heart right with Jesus, and I'll see him again. And one more word before we end this. Let's honor the Father who gave us the greatest gift, his only begotten Son. Thank God that Tennessee knows who he is, the Lord Jesus Christ. And what a glorious time it's going to be when she closes her eyes and she opens them up and she's seeing Jesus. Praise God. Praise God. And we're so sorry for you, brother. We're praying for you. I'm trying not to cry now, Steve. And it's just what a glorious time. And, you know, we're just going to be praying for you, and we love you. God's children, have a great Father's Day, and we leave you with this, and that is love. Love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do, or something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, oh, Brother Rambler Knucklebuster can love you, and we do. God bless you. Happy Father's Day. We love you. Bye now.
All righty. Thank you, Brother Rambler. Thanks for checking in. I got that email there, Knucklebuster. I didn't realize that was something you wanted me to share, like, on the air. I didn't. I can't really pull things like that up, like video and whatnot, because it would play on the air when I'm trying to screen it or get it ready to go. So I apologize, but I'll take a listen to that, when we wrap things up here momentarily. All right, so it's going to be, quite the interesting weekend. I think a lot coming down the pike. The No King protests slated to take place around the country Saturday. As we were talking earlier with Grump, what has been transpiring over the past 24 hours, now with Israel, what will transpire with, we know there are individuals in this country that plan to do us harm from some of those other Middle Eastern countries. Are there sleepers that will be activated? All questions. Obviously, the law enforcement community probably has their ears listening for any sort of chatter taking place. Of course, Father's Day weekend, right? If you get the opportunity, as Rambler and many others have said, tell Daddy you love him, right? Otherwise, of course, the big parade taking place in Washington, D.C. Weather permitting, there's a bit of a question mark there because there are potentially some storms in the offing there on Saturday. But yes, lots of folks headed into D.C. for the celebration of the 250th anniversary of the United States Army. Then, of course, we'll close out the weekend there Sunday evening with NASCAR in Mexico City, Mexico. Enjoy your weekend. Be safe. And hopefully see you back at the midnight hour Sunday night into Monday morning for our next edition.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems yet. love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream